about the allegations!
Hello everyone. I hope that you're all doing well. Let's see here. Let me try to fix the camera before I put it all on me, because I don't want to look all, you know. Okay, I think this looks okay. I hear you can figure out a nurse's politics by their haircut. I don't know exactly. I mean, there are some haircuts, though, that, like, definitely tell you a lot about the person. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a reason why cops get, certain types of haircuts. You know what I mean? And, Hello, everyone. Hello, Gabby. Hello, BCatK. Hello. And yes, I too am happy that we share a cute wizard emoji and the other pride ones too, which are nice. It's nice having like a secret set of emoji on YouTube, because then it kind of like balances out sort of for the fact that, like on Twitch, I'll just turn the music off. On Twitch, right? Like we have emotes too. Hello, Soul Life. Oh, no. It's just that I was just going through. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. So, hello, the Kivet. I'm doing very well. Thank you. How about yourself? Let's see. Talk about Thai food for like a minute. Hey, you know what? I will talk about Thai food. Personally, I really am a big fan of Thai food. I definitely think that, it's a good thing. One thing that a lot of people don't know actually about Thai restaurants is that the Thai government actually invests money into making sure that Thai restaurants, right, that they could afford like quality ingredients, can pay their employees well and everything, right? So then that way, right, like Thai culture can be represented in a positive way. And so that's something that is actually done, right, as a state policy. No, Soul Life, you're not. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. Well, it's because I don't know. I always feel like I'm gonna mispronounce it, and then I'm gonna be like, "Oh, that's how you pronounce it," and I know it, and because I always want to say monope, right? Monope, and I don't know. I think it's because but then like my mind, like the Spanish speaking mind, is like moenoep. It's like I don't know why it wants to pronounce it that way. But so like if you're not, oh, and that other guy, you definitely are not. None of you are. You were all friends. You were all very moenop. Okay. Okay then. um I'm, for me essentially, um the no need to essentially for me, like, the school year's over, so now I'm gonna start streaming regularly. I have it planned so that it's gonna be pretty much Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, with the occasional Tuesday or Thursday. Right. Well, for me, like, I'm used to, like, so, like in Farsi, right? Like, if there are double consonants in Farsi, right? Like, you actually pronounce it double, right? If I were to say the Italian gatto, right? Which means cat, right? Instead, I would say gatto, right? Gatto, right? You have a distinct gatto, right? And so, like, because of like different languages that I know how to speak or that I've encountered in my life, I'm always very careful, because I know that another way that you could pronounce it would be like the OE, like in Latin, is the E sound, right? Like esophagus in British English, right? They will write it with an OE, because in Latin that's one of the sounds that it can make. And so then it would be like meneep. You know what I'm saying? So it's just one of those things. That's why I try to be very careful. You know, nice Opium Wars. You really like the topic. Yeah, we're going to go into specifically, I want to go into the whitewashing of one particular arm of, what happened during the Opium Wars, and how, like, it was always a colonialist project. It always was trying to take land away from China. The British were always going to. I think you said it the right way before. Moe Noep. Moe Noep. Well, again, like, it's always the thing too. It's like, is it, Okay, so one of the things that I did want to address really, really quickly before we get into, like, the anti-Semitism stuff, because I do want to touch that. Oh, okay. Is what Nomuni was saying, that, yeah, the Mexico had a racial caste system. I know a lot of people often don't know. And yes, drive safely. Please let me know that you get to, where you need to go safely. Please, I want to make sure that everybody's okay, and all of that stuff. Okay, so. There are these famous paintings that some people think, right, existed during the time of the colony itself, but that isn't true. These were reproductions, right? These were things that were created after the fact, right? So this was more like, oh, we used to have, I mean, the caste system did exist, but it didn't have as many categories as people thought, right? So there was criollo, pardon me, there was peninsular, there was criollo, there was mestizo, there was like indigenous, and then there was black, right? And so, yes, please make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. And so there was a time where, again, there were certain like intermediate categories like castizo. Hello, Powerful Finger. Welcome in. But overall, right, it was something that was, again, determined by not only your blood, right, but also the soil that you lived on, or rather that you were born on, right? So that's where a lot of so you can see this ideology of blood and, the ground, I'll put it like that, right, being already constructed by Europeans, by white people, right, as they begin to classify other people. Because one of the big things is that they want to classify other people, right, as not white, right? So whiteness is has a negative ontology. It is not indigeneity. It is not Jewishness. It is not, right? And so that's what makes it so complex. Now, one aspect too is, so there's this book right here, and again, like I've said before, if you'd like to, help me out my research, you can always do so by helping sponsor a book, because, like, when I'm doing my research, I'm doing it in depth. Okay, like I go, don't think that my books are just sitting around. But one of the things, though, is that even though the caste system that existed still predominated into the 19th century, in the 20th century in Mexico, you have this very interesting shift where there is the ideology of indigenismo, right, where the idea of the indigenous is given, right, a particular, right, it's considered part of the official ideology of Mexico. But, and I'm going to quote here, right, official ideology, we may say, has thus perpetuated a kind of instrumental Indianness. But this Indianness stands at odds with social reality, for perceptions of Indian inferiority still permeate society, official ideology notwithstanding. White mestizo deprecation of supposed Indian attributes keeps alive the old pattern of negative Indian identification. And now they're quoting, quote, to be an Indian in Hueyapan is to have a primarily negative identity, close quote. Indians, in other words, are still defined in terms not of positive attributes, but rather of negative failings, lack of education, of fluency in Spanish, of shoes, lack of shoes, lack of bathing, other material possessions, etc. As in the past, these criteria constantly shift as Mexican society itself changes, creating new cultural desiderata, right? So, in essence, what this book, and again, I highly recommend, it's called The Idea of Race in Latin America, 1870 to 1940, and sort of goes to what you were saying, Numuni, is that, yes, the racial caste system in Mexico still is a thing. Like most people in Mexico still identify with the state ideological construction of a mestizo, even though the vast majority of the bourgeoisie in Mexico are white, right? But they will claim mestizaje, right? Well, mestizaje does exist, right? And there is still, and I've mentioned this on stream before, right? There is this deprecative, view of indigeneity, right? That it's like, oh, well, there's the Aztecs, right? Like in the anthropological sense, right? Like in a museum, right? Oh, it's cool, right? It's a cool part of our history. But when it comes to the actual people, there are, in fact, like, the fact that indigenous languages got recognized was something that was a struggle, right? And even the census question to ask about indigeneity only asks it in the following way. It only asks, do you speak an indigenous language? So if you are indigenous but you don't speak your mother tongue, right? You never learned it, and you speak Spanish, you are not considered indigenous by the government in Mexico. So therefore, the benefits, so to speak, I shouldn't even say benefits, but I suppose the aspects, right, with which you can communicate with the government and receive the ability to live on communally owned land, etc., is something that is something that's still, unfortunately policed via language, which again, one of the things that, like the quote I just mentioned, is saying how being seen as indigenous or being indigenous is viewed as like not knowing Spanish, which at the turn of the 20th century was true. A lot of indigenous people did not speak Spanish, right? Like this belief that everyone south of the border speaks Spanish natively, right, is not true. And so because of this, like, of the revolution, right, all of the upheaval that it brought, it also caused the migration of people into cities, into urban areas that caused, the great industrialization of Mexico at that time. And so there were like these ideas of like these pockets of safety, as some theorists call them. I don't call them. I don't call them that because, I feel that plays into this idea of like, well, anyway, I won't go too in depth into that, but the association to natives, yes, it's like Mexico wants to eat its cake and have it too, right? It wants to both claim this indigenous identity, but at the same time, or rather, claim aspects of indigeneity, right? Like with the Aztecs and the Maya, blah, 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 right? Like, but it wants to also assimilate all of the indigenous people into this instead, right? And so that would mean literally, according to the way how indigenous people are counted in Mexico, that would literally, if they were not to be multilingual, right, would literally amount in the reduction of indigenous people. Yes, Bad Lefty, I can see the entire thing. Welcome in. So that's the problem, is like Mexico's only had one indigenous president. One. And it wasn't in this century or the last century. Think about that. In neither the 21st nor the 20th century has there been an indigenous president. Only in the 19th, at one point, Benito Juarez was the only person that was, and because again, the conservatives, right, like the people that tried to install the Habsburgs, right, like when they did from 1861 to 1863, the conservatives wanted to essentially keep the racial caste system, right? Because it helped them. It let them justify their exploitation of the indigenous people, right? In short, I said I can't speak Irish, and bad things happen to people who suggest I'm not Irish. Oh, yeah, no, like that's another thing too, right? Like this happens in many colonized, imperialized places where like somehow people that are not indigenous get to police, and this actually happens to me. This happens to me too, even with Jewishness, where my Jewishness is policed by people that aren't Jewish, right? Like, oh, aren't you supposed to be doing this? And it's like, hey, I'm the Jewish person here. If I want to do this thing or not, that's my choice, not yours. So, so let's see here. Kid, I thought it was the movie that Chinese government made in 1997 was good. They basically told the story, was enough propaganda. The only critique I had was that the voting in the British Parliament for supporting indemnity payments, which obviously had colonialist sentiments for the destroyed goods, was depicted as most people wanting war. From my understanding, it was very close. There were very few. There were very few votes for the pro-war position. I mean, like, there were more votes. Oh, I apologize. There were more votes for the pro position. Yeah, I mean, Britain recognized that. Remember, historically speaking, China has always had quite a high market share, right, in terms of global GDP. Right, it's just how it was. At one point, some economic historians assessed that it was about 65% of global GDP. In order for Britain to become the eminent world power that it is, it has to remove competition, right? That's why, like, all this stuff about free market this, free market that, it's never the free market for the imperialists or for the colonialists, right? It's only the free market for the imperialized, right? And the, you know what I mean? So that's why, like, why else would a country, it's by Richard Graham, edited by Richard Graham. Yeah, it's a very good book. The first half focuses, I think it's in 3 parts. Yeah. The first one is racial ideas and social policy in Brazil, and then race in Argentina and Cuba, which I want to stress. This book talks about Cuba before the revolution. Okay? So this is 29 years before the revolution, showing how the effects of slavery and how the stigma of having been enslaved still held people back even in the 1920s and 30s. So hello Afroponics, welcome in. Also really interesting how Chinese remember Lin Zexu, since he was for a long time seen as a shameful character. I mean, like, that's one of those things, is that stuff like that, those shifts in, like, who it's just something that happens over time so much. Let's see here. You know what? Let's actually start with, I think it might be interesting to actually start with the last thing I mentioned on the for today, which is looking at the, sorry, just trying to make sure that I have the right video, because there are like 2 videos, but one of them is like really not the video that I want to see. Or you know what, actually, let's just start with, oh my gosh. Oh no, why does it always do this? Okay. Okay, there we go. Yes, we're going to watch Majority Report. I know there are many fans of Sam here, so I will not, No, I like Sam. I think he's cool. Uncle Sam. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Of the youth on college campuses. In fact, he made his career advocating for college students, then, which he wasn't one because big right-wing money guy paid him not to be, but paid him not to be, and go around and attempt to organize young people to support Republicans. It's failed miserably, which is why.
So yes, Charlie Kirk. Emma is cooler. Oh yeah, Emma Vigeland. Yes, she's very, very cool. I mean, like, I wish there was one point where I was like actually considering, like, just not calling in, but like emailing in, right? And being like, oh, but because I'm obviously very nerdy and everything, right? And so I was going to be like, oh, hey, like, I have a good citation for you, right? I've done that before, but, some people don't appreciate this, like, hey, here's a good book that, might help you. I don't know. But us nerdy, never. Right, exactly.
He's moved into media where he's had...
Oh, yeah, Charlie Kirk. Okay, Charlie Kirk, literally, like, his entire thing has been cishet white men are the most oppressed people at American universities, which doesn't even make any sense because universities are literally one of the, like, most conservative spaces in the United States. Like, literally, they are so neoliberalized, as we see now from, right, like, all of the encampments and everything, right? As are we, right? That essentially what you have is like certain, I mean, I think it's Portland State, right? Like I could be wrong about which university this is, but I was reading about it that essentially their history department, right, is essentially entirely ran by, there is not one single person there that is a tenure track professor. That means there is not a single person that is there, like, to be in their department forever, so to speak, right, until they retire. It's mostly adjuncts and a few instructors, right, who, again, have a year-to-year contract, right? They are professors in a sense, but they're not given the title, right, on their paycheck of professors, right? So they don't get paid very well. Adjuncts get paid even less because they get paid, by credit hour or by whatever it is, by hours or by credit hours or whatever it might be, right? So if you want to make a decent amount of money, you either have to teach a lot of classes, right, to make ends meet, which, by the way, some from what I understand, in some places, essentially, like, adjunct income is taxable income, right? I mean, I would now say peace protesters are the most oppressed. No, I mean, obviously I'm joking when I say that about Charlie Kirk, but Charlie Kirk just, like, his entire thing is just like, there's no need for cishet white men to go to college because they're just gonna learn, like, I don't even know, I honestly don't know, because literally almost every department, even history departments, have to almost completely cater to still the great man, view of the world, right? It's only if you, go into, like, higher levels of history, right? Like into the, whatever, into the sea levels or the, whatever, like the high, like whatever the higher numbers of your courses are, right? Because for some people it's zeros, right? And then ones and then twos and, so whatever it might be. And so, until you get to those higher courses, you essentially don't really learn anything that isn't kind of already taught to you in some ways, because it's all about just getting those credits crossed off, right? Looking for sense in Charlie Kirk is like trying to get blood from a stone. Well, you never know.
I think arguably more success. But here he is making a very interesting claim.
That's really what's going on here. And this is a wake-up call for many Jews. And I have sympathy for American Jews that are very confused. However...
See, I don't like this already. Like already, Charlie should not... one, he should not be concerned about... Like, anybody that says, I'm concerned for this blank group, especially if it's the Jewish people... That's usually not the start of something good. That's never started anything good. Yeah, the higher level gets, the more you look at abstract structures from different frameworks. Yeah, pretty much. They're just confused. They're just confused because, they don't just openly support fascism, and that's a problem in America. Right wingers also love to lie about tradesmen wages unless you open up a successful business, of which 90% of them fail. In the first year, even being self-employed, there is no way they can earn that high. What I find funny about that powerful finger is if you go on Twitter and if you look at some of these threads, right, or these conversations of people, there's always some guy that oh, I never did anything, but I went and learned a trade, and I'm a blacksmith, and it's and I make $40 million a year. It's always what are you talking about? So belittle. Yeah, never a good sign. If you work as a landscaper, I know this very well because again, in my neighborhood, I know people that they have landscaping companies, right? Because they're one of the few things that if you are, if people know who you are and they want to hire you, they can, and it might be under the table somewhat, right? Maybe, I don't know. So I've heard, but I can neither confirm nor deny. But yeah, landscaping, right? Landscaping, construction work, and my grandfather did construction work, and that is he went from being a kosher butcher to being working in construction, right? That's a very big change of profession, right? In terms of being a butcher is still hard, right? Being a kosher butcher is hard, but having to do construction is also very hard. Same thing with so many other things that people just ignore, but landscaping business, most of the ones that I did construction. Yeah, no, I get that. Most of the people here that I know that are landscapers, their family might have maybe one cell phone, maybe two for them, right? And it's usually the father and the eldest son or one of the sons go and work together, right? And there's very little, whatever money that they bring in, that's the money that they have. Because sometimes they can't even have bank accounts, right? Stuff like that. So, all of this stuff about the or even the whole the jobs, the blah blah blah, that they love to bring up is it's nonsensical. Housekeeping, but I also don't want to stereotype that that's all people do. I'm saying people that because of their undocumented status, right, are compelled to work those jobs, right? They make less. When I first started teaching, right, as a here in the United States, I was being paid less than minimum wage in Mexico. My annual salary was less than it would have been had I been working for minimum wage in Mexico. So just to kind of, demonstrate, right, the fact that the minimum wage is only if you have wage labor. It's not if you have contractual labor. That's why they can pay adjuncts pretty much nothing, right? Like, remember that contractual labor, right? That's salarial, right? That is to say, with a salary, does not have to follow the guidelines of the minimum wage. So the people that want to get rid of the minimum, they already have a way to not pay people their due. They want to get rid of the one thing that does allow for people to get what they're due, right? At the very least. I mean, and even that, even saying that, like, 725 is nothing. Like, nowhere. Not in Mississippi, not in California, nowhere. Like I hate, like, when I hear Bloomberg news sometimes, like at the university or whatever, and I hear them say, like, like, are people in California feeling the hit, like, now that McDonald's has had to raise their prices because of, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, the prices were already going up. Like, I don't know what you're saying. Like, they always want it to be like, oh, California, high taxes, that's why everything is so expensive. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's so wrong. It's servitude. Yeah. All out of bootstraps. Time to go make dinner. Ooh, okay. Hello, Kay, how do you say? Welcome in, welcome in. And free Palestine. I think it's a culture of a political group in order to justify their worth in the world, in the sense that they try to push away from established power structures and hierarchies, aka you flock behind an anti-establishment populist. Yeah, and it's funny because, like, the anti-establishment populists are still established. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, they're not, like, really anti-establishment, right? Still, the material influence is very powerful. Baffles me a lot that this rule is occurring a lot. Yeah. Construction work for the amount of physical health risk is very underpaid job. In socialist countries, the various job had a very good compensation. In Eastern Bloc countries, coal miners were like kings, early in retirement, or if they get hurt in the workplace, they'll receive disability high enough to survive. Like, even just getting, and again, I could critique Mexico's government constitution, which is right there, day in, day out, right? The fact that literally the fact that they passed a law that they wanted to take like these essentially like 401ks, right? These like financialized pension accounts that nobody claimed, that nobody had any access to expropriate them and then use them to fund government, like from the state pensions to people that is commensurate to 100% of your last earned wage before retirement. The fact that there was so many people saying the old system was better when literally all of these accounts had not a single person claim the money. Right, like, yeah, because it let them use that money for whatever they wanted. But when it came to actually giving people their money, suddenly now they're like, oh, they want to steal from the people. You know what I mean? It's like ramen with extra bak. Oh, nice.
I have impatience for American Jews that have put up with the anti-white sentiments the last decade and thought it was perfectly fine. Because guess what, American Jews? You're considered white in the eyes of the Marxists.
What?
Okay. Yeah, that's just wrong on so many levels. I mean, there are so many things that like some Jewish people are seen as white by American society, technically. And some people, have been assimilated into whiteness, but to say that all Jewish people are considered white, I mean, I've never been considered white. You know what I mean? Like, and my Jewishness is like, in fact, there's actually a book that I read that was talking about like, Latinx Jews, right? And it essentially argued that, like, once we step on a U.S. soil, we suddenly become white. And I'm like, that doesn't even make any sense, right? And, this is a sociologist and everything. And it's like, yeah, because you're asking white Jews in, whose families arrived post-war, right, post-World War II, that live in places like Argentina, right, where they identify racially. No, you're not asking, Jewish people that have been living in Mexico for hundreds of years now, how they are viewed, right? So it's always a big issue. If they're viewed as white, then anti-Semitism should not really be a thing. Right, the whole point of whiteness is that it's supposed to exclude Jewishness, right? That is the reason why, like, all of the racists, right, they say that it doesn't matter. There is something, right, that they believe that there is something essential about Jewishness that is not white. And that's because the very foundations of whiteness, right, are anti-Semitic. Like, they are anti-black, anti-Semitic, and anti-indigenous. That is why those three things, it's very hard to truly assimilate any of them into whiteness. So
I thought white meant like MAGA Christian people in Oklahoma. No?
I mean, like, it's funny that you know what's interesting is the image he projects in his mind, right? Like, we know what he thinks is white because of what he just said, right? Like, oh, MAGA people in Oklahoma. He's not thinking about the indigenous people in Oklahoma. That's for sure. He's thinking about the pioneer woman that lives in Pawhuska. You know what I mean? Like, that's who he's thinking of. And like this whole like beware, it's just, I mean, like, if it wasn't for the money that's behind Charlie Kirk, like, he literally would have nothing. Like that, like, there's, like, he doesn't say anything that's unique, right? He doesn't really have anything. I mean, a lot of right-wingers don't, right? But they pay them because they're like, oh, he's like a young, face, and people will identify with him. Yeah, no worries. This is not that long, so there's nothing of substance, right? I mean, like, but there also is, right? Like, who he thinks white people are is who he thinks Jews think are, that Jewish people think are white, right? Gun YouTubers are such better, well, I mean,
white means you too. Welcome to the most hated class in America today. And
that's okay, see, this is just such a lie, and this is part of that colonial complex of like, oh, this is literally something that goes hand in hand with settler colonialism. It's always the people that we have done all the things that we accuse them that they are going to do, right? That we actually did, right? The settler colonialists, like. It's just so much project. Hi, hello. Yes, I'm doing very well. Thank you so much, KJ Saint. If Brandon Herrera and Garen Thumb are funded as much as Kirk Shapiro, the United States will become, well, it would be the fourth, or maybe the fifth Reich, I suppose. Der fünfte Reich. They're projecting so hard I can watch a movie. Yeah, literally, I like that though. But yeah, it's that it's the same thing. Like, it's always that, oh, we're this embattled, like, minority, blah, blah, blah. It's like, literally, all, like, even the most basic protections that had been barely afforded to BIPOC are being eroded away as quickly as possible. And yet we still have to hear this. You know what I mean? Like, still have to hear all of this.
Pause it for a second. Now, I just want to weigh in here because I am Jewish and also white. And what he's talking about is complete BS. It's complete BS. his compatriots, and he knows them well, like the Groypers that he's now having to finally cave to. Remember, there was a time where the Groypers would show up, and they would badger him.
And you know who, like his connection to Candace Owens is not the only way in which Groypers were able to have, right, like a connection to Charlie, right? Because there already were this debate, there already were these things, right? But the most important thing is that they were like right-wing figures, right, and how they postured themselves, right, towards, right, what they consider like a centrist audience is always just dependent upon, right, who they think the audience is, right? That's why we see so many people just going further and further and further right, because the Overton window, so to speak, is already way, way to the right. That's why when people say centrists, it's like, well, if the Overton window's way over there, and you're saying you're where that thing is, right? You're at the center of wherever that is, then you're already right. You're already over there on the right side, on the right-hand side. So, like, that's why, like, a way that I prefer to think of it is they're not centrists, they're centralists. Again, in my own, like, knowledge of Mexican history, right? Like, centralists were right-wing, but they just wanted power to be more central, right, in the national government. That's really the only difference, right? The like a lot of the civil wars, quote unquote, or strife in Mexico, when it was first becoming a country, in the aftermath of its independence, was between the Federalists and the Centralists, right? And for me, like, hearing the rhetoric of the Centralists, who are liberals, right? Like, they both are liberals. They seem to, like, align more, at least in my mind, with sort of what I know of the centralists, right? That is to say, like, they're only center insofar as, like, they want power to be more consolidated. It's not an actual, like, center of a line, right? Because politics is not a line, right? But, who knows? When will Whitey catch a break? Let's see here. Who are these two people? I'm European. I don't have much knowledge about centrists are just right-wingers in denial. They're fascists. Oh, well. Yeah. Yeah.
Him at his college conferences, and they, of course, were also a big part of his organization. Some people had to get jettisoned because calls were leaked and text exchanges. But those Groypers have always been anti-Jew, and he's had to get in there. Now, like he says, he has some sympathy with Jews, but now you shouldn't have been so anti-white, you Jews.
I mean, yeah, that's essentially what he's saying. Yes, he's saying, how dare you, right, have ever supported BIPOC or, understood the fact that your whiteness is conditional, right, for those that were assimilated to whiteness. That's the thing where a lot of people who are very deep in the ideology, right, of of sort of like the American establishment, right, or whatever, they do think that, like, yes, we have crossed this threshold and we can never, go back, right? And it's like, oh, no. It is as conditional as can be. Like, all of the people that have been assimilated into whiteness over in the 20th century especially are people that, again, are only there conditionally. And the main thing is, as long as there is a central, and the central theme that runs through this, right, especially if we look at New York, where a lot of this sort of happened, right, where the urban became the suburban, right, with Levittown and everything, was anti-blackness, right? Like when you had the Italians and the Greeks and the Russians and the Ukrainians and the the Jewish people, that the Ashkenazi Jewish people go and protest against the building of homeless shelters, or protest against all of these things that were coded as, oh, this means that now black people are going to live here, right? That was essentially part of the process of being assimilated into whiteness, right? Like it. So anti-blackness was central to that, right? Like that's why when Jewish people who are right wing try to talk about the civil rights movement, it's like, yes, there were rabbis that opened their doors up and let civil rights figures speak in the shul. But they are not on your side now. In fact, they were, like a lot of them, even now, if they happen to be alive, are like pro-Palestine, for example. They're not Zionists, right? So that's where you see this like shift, because Zionism was not the majority opinion of most Jewish establishments, right? Whether that be the Jewish Federation or synagogues in general, until 1995. So like literally within a lot of people's lifetimes, right? I always wonder, how do people adopt those rightist ideas? It just does not make sense to me, a metaphysical in-group of your nation having some kind of Volksgeist as your basic assumption is just mad. Well, I would say that it's very different. Well, I would say that the thing that exacerbates it, or rather the thing that allows for it to perpetuate itself, is settler colonialism, right? Because that's literally what like Israelis do, right? Like they try to act like they can speak for all of the Volksgemeinschaft, right, of the Jewish people, but they don't, right? But like the idea of of all the Jewish people were not a mono. Yeah, exactly. Zionists supported apartheid in South Africa, even offered them nuclear weapons. And not only that, but like there's footage, and I saw it on Twitter. I should have bookmarked it. I think I liked it, but I think I forgot to bookmark it. Of literally the president of South Africa saying that like, oh, Israel is an apartheid country, using it in a positive sense, like South Africa. You know what I mean? Because I hate all of this, oh, we don't know how it was, or how to compare it to. Well, the South Africans had no problem comparing it to was that what? Describing Jews in German always makes me nervous. No, I mean, I'm just using, because the Kievet is using Volksgeist, which just means like the spirit of the people, right? Like kind of like the national spirit, right? Okay, yeah. And then like Volksgemeinschaft is just like this idea of a community of people that are somehow all related to one another, which, by the way, since we started talking about the caste system, the racial caste system in New Spain, right, starts with, has as one of its big, proponents, right, using, right, the concept of the new nobility, right, of blood and soil, right, Blut und Boden, right, like they took something that existed in Spain, right, when they began to racialize Jewishness and say that there were people that were old Christians and new Christians and people that were such and such mixture, blah blah blah, and you can make you can sort of see how with something like Spencerian positivism or social Darwinism, right, as it applies later on, right, sort of takes these ideas, right, especially when you see like what the Second Reich did, right, like Lebensraum was not a solely Third Reich idea. It already pre-existed. At first it only was used in terms of like, you know, in a biological sense, right? But then it was applied to people, right? That, oh, types of people require this thing. And so, yeah, that's... Yeah. I mean, again, you have that system, right, of blood and soil, right, literally determining whether you can be the highest position in the viceroyalty in all of Spain's colonies, right? You can be white, right? But the idea that if you were white and born in the Americas meant that something about you being born on that side of the Atlantic, something about the soil in the Americas, made you qualitatively different. And so you were not allowed to have the highest positions of the government. Like, you could not be the viceroy, right? The vice king, right? The person that rules like a king instead of the emperor in Madrid, right? You couldn't do that if you happen to be born in. It doesn't matter how rich you were, doesn't matter how well connected you were, because you were born on this soil. Something about this soil somehow magically makes it so you can't do that, right? No, the Second Reich was under the Kaiser, with Southwest Africa, right? Deutsches Südwest Afrika, or what is now called Namibia, right? With the Herero genocide. They created concentration camps there too, right? In fact, they had an island that was called Shark's Island, I believe. And they used that essentially as, a death camp. I mean, that's what it was. My people's caught up with the last viceroy of India, Mountbatten. And there were Jewish people who died protesting the Vietnam War. Exactly. I mean, like, that is why also, do you know, like, the largest walkout that ever happened in U.S. history happened here in East LA, right? Well, when I say here, I'm just saying LA. I'm not saying necessarily I am in East LA, but I'm saying in East LA, right, which is the Mexican part of LA, right, the Chicano part of LA, at Lincoln Heights High School, the largest walkout ever in U.S. history. Do you ever hear about it? No. Why? Because it showed that people had solidarity back then. You had Chicanos por la Causa. You had Concerned Citizens, the Concerned Citizens Council. You had them inviting the Black Panthers to come teach them all of this stuff. And then the creation of the Brown Berets, etc., etc. This was all happening in East LA, just over there, at Jackson Heights High School. Pardon me, Lincoln Heights, not Jackson Heights. Lincoln Heights High School. The largest walkout in U.S. history happened in East LA with a whole bunch of Chicanos, whole bunch of Chicanes, right? And they had solidarity with the Black Panthers. They had solidarity with the Filipino workers. They had solidarity with the indigenous people. Of course they don't want to teach you that history. Especially not in California. Oh, I mean, for the Irish, I have nothing but, my absolute deepest sympathies and empathies for, the Troubles and, even going back to someone like Cromwell, pardon me. That's how fascism spreads. It hijacks populist language and twists it. Yeah, exactly, Bipedal Meatbag, exactly. Where did that idea come from? Does it have to do with the Reconquista and them visualizing Africa differently? I wouldn't say that the Reconquista. Well, what do you mean? Like, what are you when you're saying that idea? Can you give me a can you give me a better time? Like, what are you talking about? Like time wise, you made me realize I should study the Spanish Empire a lot more since they are the first to deal with a new political structure and political space. I guess they created a certain template of colonialism that was copied. Would be really interesting to see how these ideas still live on. Of course they do. I mean, there are people that still refer to themselves. I mean, like, even the racial caste system, right? Like, even though one type of identity became the national identity, right? Mestizo, right? That's whether you are a mestizo or not, right? Because a mestizo during the very early colonial period meant you had a Spanish father and an indigenous mother. But obviously, you know, that would mean, right, that everybody would have to be a third, right? You know, a certain amount that's fully only men that are white, only women that are indigenous, right? It doesn't make sense, right? It's because it's changed over time. It's one of those like genealogical fictions, right? That is why like the DNA tests and all of that stuff, like all the genealogy things, like I in fact actually remember this commercial for those DNA tests or whatever, that this person grew up their entire time, right, with this idea that they were like Croatian, let's say, right? Croatian. That he spoke Croatian, ate Croatian food, celebrated Croatian whatever. Then he took one of these tests, and it turns out, oh, I'm actually German. So now I'm gonna wear lederhosen, go to the Hofbrauhaus in Las Vegas, which is an exact replica of the one in Munich, right? Drink beer all day, and start learning German. Like what? Like again, that's not how identity works, right? Like it's yeah. Anyway. I don't what's the difference? There's a bunch of good entertaining history videos by fellow comrade by the name of DJ Peach Coupler. Oh, I think I have watched a video of that. But there could also be polygenesis. I don't know much about Irish history. I'd like to learn more about it, but IDK, where to start? I mean, in my view, I think starting with interestingly enough, like starting with the lead up to like the 19th century history, right? In many ways, then like if you were to read about that, right? Then it makes you have to go back to the 18th century and then the 17th century and the 16th century, right? Because some people want to start, year 300 BCE, right? And that's all well and good, but in order to really understand like the structures that exist now, right, there is a break once you understand that Ireland is a place where the British practiced settler colonialism, right, in Europe. So I mean, and that's the reason why like Israel was supposed to be their own, the 11th century. But I'm talking about like the Pale of Settlement, or rather, pardon me, not the Pale of Settlement, but like the Pale, right? Like that existed, right? Where only people of right, and where they even brought people from Scotland and from other places, right, that were willing to, like other people who quote unquote are Celtic, right, quote unquote, right, to then dispossess the indigenous people of their own culture and their own stuff, right? Ireland was/is Britain's first and last colony, right? I mean, in a sense, yes, because before you even have the Virginia Company, right? So before 1607, right? No, I'm just asking. So like, yeah, literally beyond the pale. Like that phrase means that, like, oh, like when we use it now colloquially, it means, something that's like unbelievable, right? Oh, it's beyond the pale. But it literally comes from the description, right, of Ireland, of a part of Ireland being outside of the pale where English people could settle. So that's what was wild about it, right? I have no problem. I just don't know, like, what I have to do is the problem. Like, that's why I'm like, I have no problem, but I don't know, like, what the difference is, but yeah, the 11th century. Let's see. The idea of different soil. When was it adopted? That was adopted as the Spanish colonization of the Americas began. Like, once you have the racial caste system. Yeah, the heathens, right? Because, like, the whole idea of a citizen or a civilian literally means someone that lives in the city, right? Citizen, right? Literally, you live in the city, right? A heathen, someone who lives on the heath, right? Beyond the town, right? So that's where a lot of this language comes from, right? Like, because people that lived on the heath, right, or beyond the pale, were more likely to, one, speak the indigenous language, and two, to keep to traditional beliefs, whether that be pagan, what we would now call pagan, although what exactly that means is still needs to be more explored more by more historians, because I mean, with a lot of historians, we have very little written record of what the rituals were like in Ireland prior to other people, right? Prior to Christians describing what they were doing. So that's one of those things. Oh, a burrito with a side of Nutella. Interesting.
He says,
what is the anti-whiteness that Jews are responsible for?
oh, I assume it has something to do with what we did to Christ, right? I mean, no, what is it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what anti-whiteness Jews have been involved with. Is he talking about those guys who were killed in?
Because of course, Jesus wasn't Jewish, right? Of course. Okay.
In Philadelphia, Mississippi, when they were advocating for civil rights. I mean, where have the Jews been anti-white?
3 of the 4 Kent State victims were Jewish.
I wonder what he's talking about. What have the Jews been doing that have been so?
Yeah, that's another thing too, right? 3 of the 4 Kent State victims were Jewish, right? That's something that's never talked about either. Nor is Jackson State. This is what I was confusing with. Jackson State, which happened 11 days after Kent State. That is never talked about either. And why? Because the victims were primarily black, because we're talking about Jackson, Mississippi. That is literally the only reason why people don't ever learn about Jackson State. People will learn about Kent State, but they won't learn about Jackson State. That happened literally 11 days later. Okay, so for when they began to have this idea of the land being different is when they realized that they had discovered a new continent. Because one thing too is that there was a question of, and this is a bit more in depth. This is a bit of a, as people say on the internet, a bit more of a deep cut. By the way, please, if you would like to support me, you can do so in many ways. You can always do so by, sponsoring a book for my research, but also by, subscribing if you would like to. For those of you on YouTube, please make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. There are other ways to do it if you go to my Linktree as well. You can always do !dono if you'd like to help me in that way as well. Because now that it's, essentially the end of the school year now, streaming is my job essentially. So any help is wonderful. So once they discover that, or once they understand that the Americas are separate, then they have this question of, are the indigenous people, right, do they have limpieza de sangre, right, which is something Jewish people don't have, right? So this is another thing, right? The indigenous people are given limpieza de sangre, right, by church authority. The church says, because the indigenous people of the Americas could have never have known about Jesus, they therefore could not have rejected him, right? And the way how people believe Jewish people did, right? Which they didn't. That doesn't even make any sense, right? Then they are considered of pure blood, because literally limpieza de sangre means purity of blood. That's literally what it means, right? So that's what allowed for the intermixture to be like sanctioned by the church. That was like not the case in other and so this idea of purity of blood was, and also another thing about this was that even though, right, they're saying, well, since Jesus happened here and the people here know about it, right, that rule, right, which, I'm not going to say that it, it obviously, like they essentially gave the Spaniards this like little, like literally it was like a little flashcard, right, that said like, say this phrase, and if they understand what you're saying, right, like if they know of Jesus, right, then you can, conquer them, right? Then you can take over their stuff. But if they do know, but if they don't know, then you have to be nice to them and you have to be merciful, etc., etc. They said while that extended to this, it did not extend to people anywhere else in the world. So people in sub-Saharan Africa, right? People in the subcontinent, people in literally anywhere else, they did not get that same thing applied. In that sense. Oh, thank you so much. There was another settler colonial project. The Ming Dynasty turned Taiwan into a settler colonial project. Well, I mean, yeah, you can definitely say that Taiwan has, it has indigenous people, right, that are not at all, right, culturally related to the peoples of mainland China. They are related to other peoples who live in the South Pacific, and they speak a language that is, again, like that spoken by people in Polynesia, right? Also in, the the Sprachebund, as it's called in linguistics, right, is large, right, because it also includes like Madagascar, but this very large area of the, sometimes they're called Melanesian languages, but that's more of an older term. But it's supposed to describe like all the languages that are, related to each other, that are from like parts of Southeast Asia, the South Pacific, and also including Indonesia, and then going all the way out to Madagascar. So they speak a different language. It's in a complete different language family. The customs are completely different. And so, yes, there was a movement of peoples onto the island, particularly for having it either as a tributary state, as some historians argue, or for creating something akin to a settler colonial, situation. It's kind of hard to tell because, it's not so much it's so hard to tell, but it's strange because there was so much movement in and out of the island for such a long period of time. But we do know that like now, right, obviously most of the indigenous people are relegated to only a very small amount of the island, mainly the mountainous central part of Taiwan, whereas all of the lowlands are almost completely inhabited by peoples who come from what is now mainland China. Oh my gosh. Here in the Netherlands, we have a lot of Moroccan... What? I mean, there are all types of... Okay, we actually have someone who's Dutch here in the Twitch chat, the Kievit. I don't think that that's something central to living in the Netherlands. So, I'll just I will defer to the Kievit on that. I don't see what Moroccan gangs have to do with anything. So in many ways, people will say that the indigenous people are oppressed, right? In the sense that they don't really have as much autonomy as they could have, right? They definitely don't have as much linguistic autonomy as they could have, right? So it's the military dictatorship killed at least and that's a very high number. The number isn't very high to begin with, so it's not sure how they're treated now. Again, they're mostly relegated to the mountainous highlands of the island, the conquistadors first conquering. Do you have any favorite historians? I do. Let's see. I like the historian... Well, I guess it depends what type of history we're talking about. Because there are some... Like, for example, René Barbosa Ramirez, right, whose book the economic structure of New Spain, 1519 to 1810, is literally like one of those like texts that it's in Spanish, but it's like one of those texts that's like a must read if you want to understand kind of like how the colonial economy worked, and also how what we know, coming in from the pre-colonial era, right? We would have another good historian. Trying to think. Well, there is. I do think Deborah Lipstadt. I do think that her work, particularly on the Holocaust, has always been very good. Also, I would say that. It's hard because, there are quite a few that I could say, but let's see. Um, oh yeah, Gershom Shalom, Gloria, and then we also have what's that here? L.B. Simpson, whose famous book Muchos Mexicos, kind of like, if you read that book and like you want to know about Mexico in particular, it's a very good text to open a door, right, to kind of understand the fact that Mexican culture, right, that people have in their minds, right? You know what, Numi, are you in the Discord? Because I will put them in the Discord afterwards. That way I don't, but the one that I'm talking about, the Muchos Mexicos, is L.B. Simpson. Oh, no worries, no worries. So then I'll put it right here. Gosh, who else could I add in here? I mean, another person that I think that their historical work is good is, Norman Finkelstein. I think that his work is pretty good. I would also say that, gosh, I know his surname. It's funny. His surname is Israel, but his book is essentially called Race, Class, and Politics in Colonial Mexico, 1610 to 1750, something like that. But he happens to just have that as a surname. It's Israel, not. Oh gosh, Deborah Lipstadt. Oh yeah, Deborah Lipstadt, whose book Denying the Holocaust is like, pardon me, it's LIP, not Lopstadt, is like one of the books you have to read. Like, her introduction literally shows why this whole, like, we should debate everything, we should hear the other side, why that does not actually work. That is not actually the case. Again, like, Norm's historical work is good. His stuff on like cultural politics I could do without. I am not a fan of his transphobia, because for someone that supposedly only deals in facts, he sure seems to not care about the facts when it comes to this issue. So, is it about the Irving court case? No, it's the book that led to the Irving court case, because in there she calls him a Hitler partisan. We used to have some Moroccan gangs like Tari. The Albanians took over, if that is what he referred to, since the government allows that they are less violent. So they, perhaps he also references about integration of people who were brought here over to do construction jobs in the 60s. First, we invited Italians and Greeks. After that, Turkish and Moroccans. No, yeah, it's definitely for sure someone who's like saying anti-migrant stuff, because, I mean, literally, this is the stuff that people say about Mexican people all the time. Well, like, like, you have all these gangs in East LA, right? And it's like, you have like, the LA literally has white supremacist gangs, and you know who kept telling the world this? The BIPOC, right? East LA, South LA. The Mexican Latino part of LA and the black part of LA. We have been saying this for ages. Nobody ever listened. That they literally have Nazi gangs in the police. That they would even do like some like point systems and all this other crap. Like, for them it was a game. Right? That's how little our lives mean to them. Right? That they can see everything that they do against us as a game. Immigration is let's see here, is why the Cabinet Ruta Yes, yes. Always make sure to go to the Discord. The Discord is where it should be. If I agree, if you debate them and listen to them, you automatically legitimize them. If you don't, then you would press. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, like for example, one of the big questions that happened during Deborah's trial, right? That they told her, because remember, in England, during a defamation trial, it's not the plaintiff that has to prove that what the defendant said was defamatory. The defendant has to prove that what they said is not defamatory. So that meant that if Deborah had gone along with how she wanted to do, hello, Schmegli, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you. Yes, Smegglesworth the Third. Welcome in. Welcome in. Right? Was, should we have, right, witnesses? They said, no, we're not going to have witnesses. We're not going to have survivors of the Holocaust be forced to sit in the dock and be cross-examined by David Irving. Right? Because he's a denialist. That is not equal to a person to a historian who has done the work of, talking about, like for example, in her book Beyond Belief, she talks about how in the early 30s, like even in the early 30s, Jewish people were like, hey, do you not know what's happening in Germany? That even papers in the interior of the United States, remember, this was back then, right? This was before social media. This was before, everybody had a telephone. This was before all of, the teletype things were all over the place, right? Before all of that. That even papers out in, Iowa were saying, oh, this is going... Yeah, Deborah Lipstadt, thank you. They are, these things are happening in the German-occupied East and everything. So this whole thing about oh, nobody knew what was going on is a complete fabrication. It's just not true. It's something done after the fact to say that oh, we didn't know how bad it was. It's just cope. It's just cope. I mean, there is a very famous quote from Marx that says, at the end of something like, capitalists at the end of the day, at the end of a riot, right, will give more care to the fate of some bricks and glass than the fate of the peoples that they have oppressed and have come to riot in the first place. Something along those lines, right? That if you care about property over what people are protesting, then you really don't care, and so therefore anything you say can be dismissed. There is this belief, I don't know where it comes from, that people are entitled to have your ear, but such is not true, O Hamlet. You know what I it's they need to learn to, that just because you have an opinion doesn't mean that you have, you have to tell everybody the opinion, right? That's why I always say, hey, look, if you want me to go over how to write a history paper, I'll go over it. I'll even help. I will help people learn how to write research papers. I don't mind that. I teach. I'm a professor. I have no problem going over those things. That's not the issue. But again, you have to be willing to actually deal with the subject matter. You can't just be, oh, well, this is my opinion, I don't care what anybody else says. No. I mean, that's the reason why my book projects takes years. years to do, and we don't get paid for it. We like academics do not get paid for any of their work until once it's already published, if they publish it years later, right? And it's always a very small amount. So yeah, nothing. Sorry, but no amount of like, oh, this building, buildings can be repaired. You cannot repair a people that have an ongoing genocide right now. Right? You cannot make it look as though it were new. In fact, the UN already came out with a figure that it would take 80 years to build back. So if you really care about property, why not care about the property of the Palestinians that has been stolen by the Zionists, by the Israelis? If you care so much about property, care about it over there. Okay? Go over there to Netanyahu and go tell him, okay, that you care about property so much that you want him to help him personally rebuild Gaza brick by brick, because that's the only thing that, if that's what you truly care about, then you don't actually have any political position that cares about anybody else other than yourself. Cops are by definition, cops are not peaceful, especially not in the United States. I mean, I literally can go into the history of the whole idea of the Texas Rangers. You know what they used to do to Mexicans back in the day? Same thing with all that other stuff, like the Border Patrol, all that stuff, trying to make them look saintly. They used to, just like they would do against black people, they would also have lynchings of Mexicans. Don't forget that. Don't forget that the southern states weren't just up to Texas, right? And don't forget that California had tons and tons and tons of people. Yeah, like the whole idea of gassing people to get rid of of fleas of whatever, that started in the United States with Mexicans. Literally using gas, throwing gas on people, right? Fumigating each person. That started here in the United States against Mexican people. And the Bracero program, that is often used as an example of a good way of bringing in Mexicans to work for the Americans, right? Literally had people living in human conditions far away from where people could see them, in shacks, right? They could be locked from the outside, and they had to work whatever hours they were given. So, and again, like I said, same thing within the South, also in the Southwest and the West Coast. The sign said no to three things: black people, Mexicans, and dogs. Right? There were separate fountains in LA too. Mexican fountains and white people fountains. And some of the schools, if you go here, they still have different fountains. Why does this fountain give just a tiny little bit of water? It's been that way since the 60s. What do you mean? It's always just given just a tiny little bit, purposefully. I mean, I was living just out. Oh yeah. It's like the same thing too. Do I know any books about this on this topic? Yes, I do. The one that I have actually, in fact, it actually used to be one of the Throne books. Again, like I said, it's called The Decade of Betrayal by Valderrama. Because with all of this going on, they still expelled up to 2 million Mexicans, regardless of whether they were citizens or not. That is why everybody that's like, oh, well, you're a citizen, so you're going to be fine to all these other people. I say no. That has never been the case with the United States. That happened with the Chinese Exclusion Act, with the forced expulsions. In fact, my hometown in Tijuana, in Mexico, right, had lots of Chinese people that were kicked out of the United States, even if they were U.S. citizens, that then formed the Chinese community there. Literally. Because the United States expelled them. It didn't, like this whole thing that, oh, this little passport, like, the United States does not care. We can see this where they say, oh, we're not going to give Israel, these things. Oh, but then you actually find out that there's a legal mechanism that makes it go completely, hello, Lefty Angler. Welcome in. It's good to see you. I find it horrendous, but an interesting case study of how the state and space was engineered to discipline and oppress people. Yeah. I mean, there are even novels that talk about people that are suffering from the trauma of this to this day. One of the biggest, but that's crazy being living just outside of LA. I mean, I remember when, well, I don't know if you remember by Pete Omibeck, but remember when they first, moved, changed venue, right, for the cops of Rodney King. Do you remember how upset people got? I remember that. That was they were some kind of mad. I'll tell you that. Wonderful. Good to hear. Again, I will never, like, the fact that so much of Chicano history and everything has been just gotten rid of. I mean, it's the same thing with this book right here. It's talking about how the logics of the Inquisition, right? Figurative Inquisition, right? The idea of an Inquisition is used against people, right? Against Jewish people in Latin America. And one good example of that is Jacobo Timerman. He wrote the famous book, Prisoner Without a Name, Cell Without a Number. I actually think I might have that reversed. Where he was taken to one of the concentration camps during the Argentine dictatorship. And they said all of these anti-Semitic things to him. Oh, you with your Freud destroyed our Christian view of the family, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know what I mean? And he survived. And he wrote about it. And, like, that's why, like I said, like, when you help my research, like, trust me, it's always something that I appreciate immensely. English is not your first language. Oh, okay. Nutrio. Oh, yeah, you haven't been on Twitch for a while? Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. But I'm glad to see that you're back. I mean, I'm glad to see you. I hope that everything's okay. If you ever need to reach out, you're always welcome to. I'm always here. I'm always here to help. Want everybody to know that I'm always here to help. But, with you, Lefty Angler. Let's see here. Let me look up a bit more of what you said, the key of it. One of the biggest problems with society at this moment is that people don't know their place in the hierarchy anymore. Everyone deems themselves an expert. Science is just an opinion. I read some statistics that only 75% of people trust. Oh, in the United States, it must be much lower than that, because literally the only people that I know that will right here I have actual copies of academic journals, right? Because I like physical books. I like physical. I will read the screen if I need to, but some of them, I've been given copies or whatever. The fact that science is something which is always changing, the same way how language is, right? Is something that just like apparently shocks people in the United States. Like, what do you mean that a study 50 years ago was, now has been disproven by a new study, right? Oh, it doesn't mean your whole worldview has to collapse. No, just that's how science works. That's what people do, right? Like, that's why it has to be, something which is which you can recreate, right? Replicable. And there's actually a good book on this. It's actually called The Death of Expertise. And it talks about how this was done intentionally, right? This was done intentionally. And in fact, there's a really good article. Oh, the article that's already in Discord from Latin American Perspectives, that's talking about the new right. That one talks about how, like, even someone like Lula, who I know many people here are very, pro Lula, and Dilma, and other, that they all worked together at a similar time going on, right, in such a way that actually made people's lives worse, right? That they enabled the systems that have neoliberalized and cannibalized the state even more so, right? And I've always found that very fascinating. According to the Reuters article I read, insulting an officer is a crime one of the Amsterdam unis. What? Let's help educate and be good examples. Yes. This is also arrogant. Well, yeah. Look. Like, this is why for me it's actually something that I. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Yes, let's see. Where's my hydration? Thank you. It's one of the things I find quite sad about Norman Finkelstein, right? That because he's so against identity politics, right? Quote unquote, right? Or woke, quote unquote, that he literally cannot see the wood for the trees, right? He is one of the few people that actually got canceled, right? Actually got canceled. But it wasn't by BIPOC. It wasn't by trans people. It was by Alan Dershowitz and company, allegedly, right? He was this close to getting tenure at DePaul, right? And then right before that, you have the debate with Dershowitz, where he showed that Dershowitz plagiarized that entire book, right? The one by Joan Peters, since time immemorial, that was literally genocide denial. The whole book is just genocide denial. And Norman even says that he read the entire book over and over and over again until he found the mistakes in the figures. In the figures of the book. Literally in the charts. And I'm like, why can't you do that when it comes to actually reading stuff about trans people? Right? Why are you with the Communist Party of Great Britain over there, right, on Turf Island, right, turfing it up? Like, that's not the way to go. I'm sorry. I don't care what people say. That's not the way to go. It never will be. Cleaning them, yeah. Do you know of any... Oh, yeah, I already said that. Decade of Betrayal. I find it horrendous and interesting case study of how the state and police was engineered to discipline and oppress people. I mean, again... The police in the United States started as slave catchers. And this whole thing about, like, oh, how the cops can bend the rules, right? And how the government lets again, let's put it to you like this in another way. The United States did not let go of its control of Haiti until it paid off the entire indemnity, right? To their former slave masters in 1947. Remember that. Then the United States was like, okay, now that you're completely impoverished, and after even stealing all of their gold from their treasury, as well, in 1917, didn't matter to them. They stole all that money. Oh, but of course, the billionaires owned it. The capitalists, earned it, of course. It's not like they used it to prop up, extractive industries and imperialism throughout the rest of the world. But again, you have this same thing. I mean, at the same time, you have what's happening in Haiti. The United States Marine Corps and the Navy takes over the port of Veracruz in Mexico, right, during the revolution. It tried to influence who actually won the revolution. So it's not surprising to me that then we had a one-party dictatorship for 70 years. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, just like the water fountain. I mean, everything. I mean, even the freeways that were built in LA, literally built high walls, so people don't have to look at us, don't have to look at our neighborhoods, even when they're driving by. The last thing people want to see. Can I? Yeah, sure. By all means, Lefty Angler, go ahead. You mentioning physical copies of academic journal. Remember that I need to get a new laser printer. I mean, ideally, I would love to get one as well. I would, because I mean, I do need a new printer, but but yeah, like printing out articles. I try to read on screens, but it's just like after a certain while, like I just can't. Just can't. Lula sent the military in Haiti, yeah, and now even here. Oh, trust me, don't even get me started with AMLO. Like earlier today, I was going like, we were talking about anti-Semitism, earlier. Let's see here. Oh gosh. Trying to figure out if I do have it. Anyways. Probably not. So as we know, let's see here. Norm claims he's a genius on Palestinian struggles. Oh, tuna casserole. That sounds good. And hello, Goth. Welcome in. He's a genius on Palestine struggles, but for his woke takes, not so much. I don't go for... Yeah, I would never go to him for his... Because he doesn't. He does not... for someone that likes to call himself a forensic scholar, he is not one when it comes to trans issues. And I don't feel that, any person has to be perfect. But, like, his stuff on, Gaza... right, Gaza and inquest into its martyrdom, that's important, right? Like, that's where the Roland Barthes, aspect does kick in, right? Where it's like, yeah, I don't care about his, like, cultural takes. It doesn't matter, because it does not, but yes, you're more than welcome, Lefty Angler, to do that. Also, Nero Riot says, when you mentioned the requerimiento flashcard regards to the New World, yeah, I searched the web about how Spain used Catholicism. An almost frightening amount of early results came from sites seemingly dedicated to cleaning up the atrocities perpetrated by Catholics and Christians in the name of Christianity. Just wanted to mention that. Yeah, I would prefer to discuss that in private, if that's okay. But don't worry about that. I'm not upset or anything. It's just like, I just don't want to like derail or anything. Yeah, I just think it would be best, especially if you want me to be, more forthcoming, right? Yes. Actually, add on to this list. Actually, probably one of my other favorite historians. Who, it's funny. The only reason why I didn't include them is because I kind of have them on. I think of her as someone who it kind of goes beyond like I mean, sadly she's no longer with us, you know, Beruhdaya Nemes, you know, may her memory be a blessing. But Maria Elena Martinez, now there's an award named after her that is given out to other historians, and you know, a girl can dream, you know what I mean? A girl can dream. But Maria Elena Martinez, like her books are amazing. I mean, and so is this book right here. This book's also amazing. That's why I want it. That's why I need it for my research. But yeah, Maria Elena Martinez is one of those, like, if you read her book, Genealogical Fictions, which is funny because I said that term earlier, like, it literally goes into how through, right, the usage of, and I'm not even joking, the usage of ideas about husbandry, right, when it came to like sheep and cattle and wine, like different wine varieties, when they took ideas about raza as such, right, like different races of grapes, so to speak, different races as it were, breeds of dogs, right, breeds of cattle, whatever, and they started to map that onto human beings. Like when she goes in depth on that and how that happened and how that literally was the foreground, right, for then seeing Jewishness as an intrinsic feature that was in the blood, right, and also blackness, right, that was in the blood that could never go away, right, like so much of what happens after the fact, just because like that literally from commodities, right, from, you know, these things, right, these, to then taking it over and dumping it on human beings. And it's like, once we begin to think of human beings like that, kind of like social Darwinism, for example, that's when you get these ideologies that lead to mass expulsions, genocides, right? It's like, you know, why, you know, Haiti is still paying France. No. Haiti stopped paying in 1947. In World War II, the Dutch police were I don't want to say that. Can you please reword that? I mean, I get what you're saying, but that money built Citibank. Careful with tuna, you can get mercury. Oh my gosh. Pro tip: when it comes to printers, research the ink. A nice printer is always in sale. $100 will make you pay for it in ink. Yeah. Generic ink is okay. Much. Oh, yeah. Like, I want to get a printer. I would just want it to print black and white. Yeah, and no worries, Lefty Angler. Like, we're totally good. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't like upset you or anything. It's just like, you obviously see I'm kind of like in a certain headspace. But yeah, she actually writes in her introduction. Sorry, Nero Riot. And let me get back to what I was gonna actually say in my main spiel. She writes that in Spain, right, in the Archivo General de las Indias, right, or the Indias, right, which is their way of saying the West Indies or the Americas, right, and all of these other places, because again, as historians, what do? We go to archives, right, or you know, we have books like this one, right, that present archival documents, right, etc., right, but we go to archives and we have to find these things in order to actually get, you know, so that we can write about what we're talking about, right? Because the thing about history is, like, we require documents, right? That's the thing. That's why it's so book centric, so writing centric, right? It's like we need to have written sources in order that's what historians need, right? Now that doesn't mean that's all we ever use, right? Because as I've talked about in this channel, you know, before, right, like I often have worked with archaeologists, anthropologists, right, like, and those domains of those two social sciences, right? Particularly, I mean, in fact, we even went over stratigraphy, right? And why, if you would like to join like an archaeological dig or something, totally do so. But anyway, going back to what I was saying is that people in Spain made it their mission to purposefully hide all of the documents that showed the limpieza de sangre craze in Spain. That she kept encountering that in Spain they wanted to hide everything and deny that ever happened. What happened during the Inquisition. And everything leading up to its installation, right? Its approval by Rome, right? That, again, literally, other Spanish historians would hide it in the wrong thing, so that way no one would ever be able to make those connections that historians have to make. And that when she came to the Americas, right? Because she is from the United States, when she went to some of the American archives, right? That is to say, to me, this is America, right? All of this landmass here is America, right? Essentially, what you have is people that say, we don't want to talk about it. It's best if you don't talk about it. So that was a big issue that Maria Elena Martinez had when writing her book. It's, again, like, people do not want, like in Spain, they don't want their proud Spanish heritage, quote unquote, right, to be sullied by the fact of what they did, right? Like what they did to get where they are, right? In regards to Norman Finkelstein, you don't need to scour books analyzing all the figures in detail to get the facts about. No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, for someone that claims to be a forensic scholar, right? The fact that you don't even have to do super in-depth, hyper-focused reading, right? Get super fact-checked, because he always pays 2 to 3 fact-checkers, right? Like, I know right now he has 3 students, right? So I don't know if he hires his own students, right, at where he works. Okay, sounds good, Lefty. I would love to do that. I appreciate it. And he will pay them to read, to check every source, make sure it says what it's saying, make sure the context is there. I don't know what these just say the word. Oh my gosh. And you don't need to be like IDK Kimberly Crenshaw, right? However, you might have to get certain feelings, ideas about gender you've had since youth, right? Like, there is no reason. Like, there is no reason to there is no reason to behave as though, like, to me, I find it kind of childish. I have to be quite honest with you. I find it kind of childish to be the way how Norm is acting. But, I'll just leave it at that. I find it kind of, I find it to be very unbecoming of Norm to behave like that in the way that he is. But that's just my opinion. I'm sure other people have other opinions, but that's just me. Like, I think, to me, like, there's a way to be respectful about these things, and then there are ways to, try to pretend like, oh, well, blah, blah, you know what I mean? Like, Okay, so now we're going to go into the back in the day when they had the war for drugs, remember?
In the year 1841, the Union Jack was raised proudly over a barren little rock off the coast of Guangzhou. To many Chinese, this moment embodied their greatest shame. Their celestial kingdom had been cursed by a little poppy flower, whose ambrosial resin spread rot and decay throughout every level of their society.
One thing that's important to note, and I want to make sure that people understand this, is that the problem was that Britain, right, when it came to the Qing Empire, did not have anything on the level that the empire wanted, right? Britain had not had, right, the great industrial, revolution, the second industrial revolution happened. So it had some things, right? Not everything. But on the scale that they wanted, they literally had nothing that they could convince China to, open its doors, so to speak, to it and see it as an equal partner, right? Which, was that ever what the British truly wanted? I highly doubt it, right? Like, that's always the thing. It's like, at the end, when you have, like, the different rebellions, etc., and when you have, like, the Civil War, and the end of the empire, etc., like, you get white European people sitting on the imperial throne, and it doesn't it should make us take pause that it's like a British person wants to sit on that throne, right? Like, they make it a point to do that, right? I find it childish as well, especially when it comes from academics, childish in general, but it's not like academics can't read a few reports from, say, yeah, exactly. I mean, you would think that, like, okay, if, like, especially when so much of, and I apologize for this, I don't want to be, derailing too much, but, like, especially when, like, his issue with Ibram X. Kendi, with, other people, is that, like, they stopped Bernie from winning, right? That's his thesis, right? That's where his anger comes from. Because then I'm like, well, now you're starting to sound like the people that were Bernie bros, right? They were all, Bernie 2016, Bernie 2020. And then as soon as that didn't happen, decided to become right wing. Like, I looked up why one eye could be blurry, and it said, oh my gosh, never ever trust the Brits. Definitely not. Again, it's funny because, like, there was immigration from Britain to Mexico, and that is why in a state called Hidalgo, they actually have pastes, right? Pasties, like the pasties that they have.
China was helpless to stop the Westerners from flooding their nation with this opium and claiming Chinese land for their own.
So again, the British went here and completely, what they did is they took something that was from their empire, right, from India, right, and from Afghanistan, right, kind of the Punjab, and then going up into Waziristan, and then going higher up, to on the other side of the Hydaspes, etc., right? They saw that it was addictive, and so they decided to use drugs as a way to make it so that then they could get control of ports, control of the ability to have exclusive monopolies on trade, etc.
As dawn rose over the British Crown colony of Hong Kong, one man stood responsible for all this. He was William Jardine, one of the biggest drug lords of all time and the opium king of China. We live in the information...
Isn't it interesting that, like, when it's white people doing it, right? Like, when it's white people that are the greatest drug lords of all time, he's revered as a hero, but whenever like they're Mexican or and literally anybody from the global south, they're reviled as like they are horrifically destroying everything, and therefore we should invade Mexico. Oh, thank you so much, BCAT K. That is really, really sweet.
In the late 18th century, China, ruled by the Imperial Qing dynasty, was the wealthiest nation on earth, controlling 65% of global GDP.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny I mean, I said this earlier. Yes, they controlled 65 of global GDP. Yes, this is true. When the Qing Empire included this huge area, like the amount of production was completely unrivaled in terms of scale, in terms of quality, in terms of, the ability to transport, etc., etc. Nothing came close to it. Like no European country could by itself compete with the Qing Empire. And this is the reason why having such a large market share of the global GDP, right? And now China. Again, the issue. There's actually a really good book on this, and it's called "Drug Cartels Do Not Exist." It's a provocative title, but I highly recommend that you read it because it's an academic work, so it's been peer reviewed. Everything, it's very good. It focuses particularly on those types of things, like what people want to talk about, but actually does a in-depth look onto how all of that works, the entire mechanisms behind it.
And its luxury products were considered second to none. For as long as Europeans had known about the Celestial Kingdom, they had craved its treasures, namely porcelain, silk, and most of all, tea.
It's funny, like I know this is supposed to be silk, but when I when it first popped up, I was like, "Oh, toilet paper," because it kind of looks like a toilet paper roll. Hello, Herr Hattington. Pasti, aka empanada in Argentina. Yeah, it does, right? It looks just like inglesa in some other Latin American countries. So yeah, that Cornish thing spread all right. Yeah. Like in Mexico, we had people that became miners in the state of Hidalgo, and this was at a time when European immigration was, European immigration has always, for all of the settler colonies in the Americas, has always been what they wanted, right? Like, in fact, Mexico actually had a policy at one point where they just like the United States. So again, this is why this whole now that Mexico wants to identify with some indigenous aspects of its history or its people, right, is kind of a they actually stopped the immigration of people from China in the 1930s and even expelled a great number of them. And there was even a pogrom. In fact, it's in this book right here. It's in this book. There was a pogrom against China. They would have been called the Sino Mexicanos, Chinese Mexicans. Gosh, if I can just find it, because I was literally just looking at it. Oh gosh. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to quote now, right? And this is from the book Ideas of Race in Latin America, 1870 to 1940, okay? So, during and after the revolution, Mexico's Chinese population was subjected to sustained persecution, which led to mass expulsions in 1931. The background can be quickly sketched. Chinese immigration to Mexico, actively encouraged by the Diaz government, which was the I mean, essentially, I almost think of it like a monarchy, because that's kind of essentially what it was trying to be. But it was like the Victorian dictatorship that Mexico had before the Mexican Revolution. Had never been extensive. The total Chinese population in 1910 was probably less than 40,000, but it was sufficient to create sizable colonies in certain states, especially in northwestern Mexico. During the late Porfiriato, so the late part of that Victorian dictatorship, anti-Chinese sentiments surfaced. But it was not until the revolution that it reached major proportions, evident in both popular violence and official policy. During the years of fighting from 1910 to 1920, that is the years of the Mexican Revolution, the Chinese were repeatedly intimidated, attacked, robbed, and murdered. Over 200 passed in a single pogrom at Torreon in May 1911. Yes, a pogrom is against any particular group. As much as the, Zionists like to act like it only refers to Jewish people, it actually doesn't. As I said, in like what happened here in 1921, right? I believe that's what I said. No, 1911. In 1911, literally 1 year into the revolution, there was a pogrom against Chinese people in one of the... let's see here. Oh, wait, I think it's on this side. So Torreon is right here in this part. So it's by the Texas border. So a lot of the Mexican Chinese communities are here in northern Mexico. And a huge one is here in Mexicali. This one was the one that grew, especially after the United States expelled Chinese people, regardless of their citizenship. And then my hometown is just on the other side, and so it also has a lot of... In fact, once I took one of my friends who, they had studied Spanish, right, in college and everything, but it was this weird moment, right, where they kind of... So we went to this restaurant that was by my house in Tijuana, and it was a Chinese restaurant, right? It was owned by a Chinese family, and, I knew them and everything. And when my friend went to go order, right, he started speaking in English. And the girl was like, ¿Qué? Like, ¿Qué me estás diciendo? Like, she was like, what are you saying? And he's like, she speaks Spanish. I'm like, yeah, because she's Mexican, bro. Like, she's Mexican. Like, what do you want me to say? No, oh, well, thank you so much, my dog Zergoth. I appreciate that. You're taking notes? Oh. Interesting. The Chinese Exclusion Act of the U.S. began at the end of the 19th century, and I was going to write something more about it and its application during time periods you mentioned, but my memory stumbled. You're right, because the Chinese Exclusion Act, essentially 1924, is when the current model that we have now, or the history of immigration as we know it now, begins, right? Like, that is more or less what we can say, like, this is where the idea of an immigrant, right, of the idea of like an undocumented or illegal, blah blah blah, all that stuff, where that trajectory begins. Prior to that, you had no restrictions, relative, and like during the beginning of in fact, it was seen as a principle of classical liberalism, right? Like in the 18th century, that consent of the governed means that you shouldn't have to have a passport. You shouldn't have to, be forced to stay on one side of the border or the other. That you should live wherever you consent to be governed, right? Like, that is one of those things, right? Like, if you no longer wish to live under British rule, then you should have the right to come live in America and no longer be under, blah, 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 right? But Mexican jumping beans make me sad. I mean, it's just because they have a little worm inside. Yes, in fact, I'm planning on writing an article too. I don't know. I might submit it to an academic journal, but I might write a sort of a more condensed version and upload it to my Substack, so that way people can read it. Because it's going to be talking a lot about that, about immigration policy, particularly because there are a lot of people that like to claim, right, that their family, when our family came over, it was very hard and they used to discriminate, blah, blah, blah. But actually, there's actually another good book called New Immigrant Whiteness that actually says that nobody in living memory for several generations, right, of Italians or even, et cetera, right, they never had anybody that actually suffered under that discrimination. But that mythology is something that was added sort of after the fact, which I've always found very, very interesting. Yes, comrades, please make sure to hit the like button. They put a worm in them and they never become a moth. Yes, that's true. And again, we have to remember at this point in history, Mexico, under the Porfiriato, they wanted to whiten the country, right? That's why the revolution had an indigenous turn, right? That's why they began to appropriate indigenous. They still do to this day. They still do it to this day. I mean, if you look at the money, right, with the 10 pesos, right, it shows on one side the 10 pesos, on the other side it shows the Mexica or Aztec sun, right, with all of these I guess Aztec zodiac motifs, right? And you see that a lot too in where suddenly, but it's always in an anthropological, always in a historical sense. Josefina Saldaña Portillo wrote a very interesting article called, in fact, it was Landmark. It was one of those things where wow, it's titled, and this is in quotes, "Who is the Indian in Aztlán?" Right, and it's essentially saying that when the Zapatistas came out of the forest, right, in 1992, right, where this is when they first came out as a militant group, etc., right, they did not identify themselves as an indigenist militant group. So the rhetoric that they had used for movements prior, during the dictatorship, for example, it didn't work. Because suddenly now they're not claiming that it's indigenous, because mestizaje was seen as kind of in that stagist view of history, right? But more how what people think stagist views of history is right? Not how say Marxists actually understand history to work dialectically, right? It's that now we have reached the mestizo, right? The mestizo era, and the indigenous is in the past, right? So, and everything else that was indigenous was seen as antiquated, right? Blah, 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 right? So, Shakespeare, I think there are more than one book in that mind of yours. Well, I hope so. Yeah, I'm a historian. I have to read quite a lot of books. That's why, I over here have this book right here that I want people to sponsor to help my research, because it's what I do. They're meant to fly, and yeah, that's true. The only book worth memorizing is the King James. Oh my gosh. In the beginning. No. Hello. Let's see here. Fiddle Cakes. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. That is so sweet of you. I cannot believe I'm anyone's favorite history channel. I appreciate that. That is so sweet. heavy on the. No, I mean again, I went to rabbinical college, right, when I was still Hasidic and everything. So I had to memorize, a lot of the Torah in particular. And for me, always was like Bereshit, Rava, Ve'yashamayim, Ve'es Haaretz, right, blah blah blah, right, like all of it in Hebrew and everything. And so that's why the premiere yesterday, right, was with me with speaking about stuff like that, right? So.
However, China had been closed off since the 15th century, allowing only incredibly limited interactions with the outside world. In 1750,
well, every day is a good day to not be right. Like if that is not where you want to be, you should not be compelled to remain. I totally agree with you on that. I like the story of Adam Velilith. It's funny because I remember once I went to shul, right, to a shul like after I had already left the community, but still was participating in another community, right, less Hasidic, or not Hasidic at all, but still Orthodox. And I brought up that, and it was one of those things where, like, because I had kind of like was used to being in a chavrusa setting, right, which is where you're paired with, like, a chavrusa, it literally comes from the word in Hebrew chaver, right? Chaver or chaver means friend in Hebrew. Chaver, so a chavrusa is supposed to be your study partner, right? And some of these study partners, like, you're their study partner for life, right? Like, oh, you go to the same yeshiva, you go to the same kollel. Once you guys get married, you're still the same, right? Sometimes, or at least ideally, right? Some people would say. And so I was so used to learning, right, with other, Rabbonim, and learning all of this other stuff, right, that it kind of dawned on me at that second, right, when the rabbi looks at me and is kind of like, oh, no, is that you're not supposed to just say her name like that. You're technically not supposed to just say her name. So... Oh, yes. Thank you so much for shouting out. Hello, Phoenix Dragon. Welcome in. Welcome in.
The Changlong Emperor decreed that any Westerners seeking trade with China had to do it at the southern port of Canton, isolating the potentially troublesome foreigners to one area. Furthermore, a conglomerate of...
Like, what about this story, right, is like the Qianlong Emperor, right? Qianlong Wu. He was right, though. He literally was right. He was like, these foreigners, right, are dangerous, and they're going to come here, right? These Europeans are dangerous. They're going to come here, and they're going to want to, blah. And he's like, okay, I will open one port to y'all, right? I'll give you guys one port, right? If you guys really care about selling stuff, and if you really care about trade, then one port is good enough, right? But it isn't. Right, it isn't for the imperial ambitions of Britain and Portugal and Spain, etc. In fact, it's interesting because the Dutch and the Spanish are two empires that have also held, one could say, Taiwan. The Spanish had a couple of forts, but they instead kept all of their colonial stuff in the Philippines, right? But Taiwan is just north of the. In fact, the Philippine Straits are what the little tail of Taiwan is. Like down here, it's the Philippine Straits. It wasn't because they wanted their gunpowder, right? Exactly. Well, and it's funny too because I was talking about how, and this is something that people often misremember, is that Yeshua, right? Like Jesus' name, like it's just the transliteration of the Hebrew / Aramaic. And so when people say Yeshua or Jesus, they're actually saying Josh, right? They're actually calling him Josh Christ because his real name is Yehoshua, right? Yehoshua, right? Like Joshua. That's his actual name. And if you know the Bible, right, and you think about Joshua vis-a-vis like Moses, right, in the book of Joshua, right, like you can see how that, like, it would have fit a narrative better if it would have stayed that way, but it didn't because, the Greeks, anyway, Drake and Jesus. Yeah, Drake and Jesus.
Wealthy Chinese merchant houses, collectively known as the Kohan, was given a government monopoly over foreign trade, allowing them to tax, tariff, and regulate European traders. Out of all the colonial powers, it was the British whose desire for Chinese products was the greatest. Their national megacorporation, the Honourable East India Company, had founded a factory in Canton in 1771, but business was far from harmonious. By 1800, the company was importing more than £20 million of dried tea leaf per year. Before long, some 10% of the average British household income was being spent on imported tea alone.
See, like, this is one of those things, right? Like, when it's British people paying 10% of their income on this, right, on imported tea alone, it's if they're so about the free market, then hey, however they want to set up the market is their choice, right? Oh, no, they have to follow our model of the free market, right? Like, it's the same thing with Latin America, right? Like imperialism, right? Like, it's that they want the Latin American countries to be getting rid of, right? Like, for example, Mexico City. It's where it's like when I go there, I go spend time with my mom, right? And if I can somehow scrounge together money through, once I finally get to the ability on YouTube to get super chats and, let me see. There are a lot of people that like to claim, right, that their family, like, like when our family came over, it was very hard and they used to discriminate, blah, blah, blah. But actually, there's actually another good book called New Immigrant Whiteness that actually says that nobody in living memory for several generations, right, of like Italians or even... Thank you. That's a really, I appreciate the clip. Definitely, drop it in the Discord. I think there's a place for clips. I might be wrong, but I'm sure one of the mods can create a clips channel for sure. I've been hearing seagulls near me, and it makes no sense. I'm closer to Philly than the beach. Oh, you mean so that means you're in central New Jersey? No. Well, I've always wanted to visit New Jersey because, it's funny because, like, a lot of people that are now joining the channel, right, because Giga Chad, right, because he got clapped on YouTube, don't know, like the lore about, my family, we invented spaghetti and linguine and, we were the first family in Italy, we were the ones that invented electricity, and we drive around in a Maserati, and, we're going to do all of this, and, all of that, But, yeah, like this here, right? Like the United States does not care if Mexicans spend 10% of their income. Very South Jersey, yeah, of course. But sometimes I'm over there work. Sometimes I gotta go to work, and over there I'm, gotta go to Hoboken, gotta go to Jersey City, gotta go to Piscataway. All those places. You know how it is over here. Oh my God, bad lefty.
Britain had no real products that China was interested in, and thus had to sink piles upon piles of silver to get Chinese goods.
Like this, right? Like, oh, Britain didn't have anything the Chinese wanted. Oh, but I thought the British, the capitalists, were so innovative that they could create whatever they wanted. And oh, look, they're being made to pay. And that's their problem. They don't like having to pay. That's literally why, right, both of the Opium Wars happen, right? Excuse me, something must have... Ugh. My great-grandmother came over from Italy, but I don't work in waste management. You know, I understand that, but you know, when you're over here and you're trying to live, you know, by Princeton, you know, over here by Trenton and everything, and, you know, crossing the Delaware and all that stuff, you know how it is. You know how it is. Like, literally the British were like, we don't want to pay cash money. So we're going to start a war and get everybody like addicted to drugs, cuz you know, that's the way how you do capitalism. If you want gold coins, you have to go down. You got to go down in the sewer, you know, that's where you're going to find the old Liberty coins, you know, that's where you're going to find them, over there by the, you know, by the flush and fold, No,
The empire's coffers were being drained dry by Chinese trade. It is here that...
Oh, well, how horrible that they have to pay for what they want to buy. I mean, isn't that just capitalism? Sure seems to be a little... yeah, you could put it on Transcends. Oh, gosh. See what I mean? After a while, my eyes just start to get very... Wow, dogs, yeah, huge flock of them is something to see. That's some nice sober society you have. Be ashamed if something happened to it. Yeah, but it's literally... you know what? Just put it in... Let me look in the Rainbow Castle. Put it in put it in the cool YouTube videos, I guess. For now. Cause that, I guess, will have to be a clips place, so. Yeah, after a while my eyes, they just start to get so, from looking at screens all day, so you know. I just got a Reddit care report. Someone said I wasn't... What? Oh, I love bok choy. I like baby bok choy and like what they call Chinese spinach. Oh, hello, Soul Life. Welcome in. Okay, sorry about that. Like I said, like this is the reason why, you know, this is why I asked for physical books, because they don't do this to me.
We must begin the story of our main character. William Jardine was born in 1784 on a small farm near Lochmarben, Scotland, under the shadow of the old castle of Robert the Bruce. His family was poor and struggled, but the boy was clever. So in the year 1800, his family saved up enough money to send him to the prestigious University of Edinburgh, where he would study to become a surgeon. Upon graduation, Jardine was hired as an employee of the East India Company.
I already did it before you even asked, Soul Life. One thing I like is that, like, you know, people try to always, you know, paint the story of, you know, these people, right? Of like, oh, he was born in the shadow of Richard the Bruce. Yeah, well, what about literally El Chapo, right? Like, his town, like, the people there, they have benefited in some way, right, from the fact that he actually invested in the place where he lived. Because otherwise, U.S. imperialism completely would have just, made that town die out. Otherwise, this isn't to say, oh, they do something good, but it's like, this is the problem when you say, well, these drug lords are good because they're British and work for the British East India Company, but these are bad because they're from, one of the global southern countries, right? Like had the Chinese done this to the British, oh, we'd never hear the end of it. Oh, the horrible, I mean, we already don't, right? Like, we hear it in the United States, but the United States did the same thing. Like, the United States, like when they had the Guano Act, right? If Mexico would have done the Coconut Palm Act, if it would have taken over all these places, in the United States, right? Or no, even better yet, the poorly, or rather the bad Spanish in white people neighborhoods law, right? That it could take it over, part of Mexico. Like, half of California would be gone. Because, like, white people don't know how to say anything in Spanish, it seems. Like, everything's wrong. They put in the wrong grammatical order. It's ridiculous. At a university protest, I've been munching on some salted simmered bok choy. Oh, that sounds so good.
Enlisting as a surgeon's mate aboard the RCS Brunswick. Thus, this 18-year-old Scotsman set off for China for the first time. After a long journey, the Brunswick arrived at Whampoa, a town some 12 miles downriver of Canton. It was a whole new world, and Jardine was immersed in the bustle of clanging gongs, crackling fireworks, and the Chinese river peoples plying the water lanes in their sampans. Over the next decade, Jardine made many journeys to China aboard company vessels. He quickly found that life as a company man was perilous. In 1805, Jardine's ship was captured by a Napoleonic warship and wrecked off the coast of South Africa.
Bro. See, when you're you're off the coast of South Africa and Napoleon's navy catches you, you know what I mean? Like, y'all really couldn't just stay,
managed to find passage back to England, but in 1809, his new vessel narrowly evaded a fleet of Chinese pirates led by Chang Pao. Nevertheless, where there is danger, there is always opportunity.
Hold up. Yes, if you'd like to help me with my research, check out my throne there at Throne. Let me put it here in YouTube shop. Let me actually transition quickly. You can always help me if you would like by going to my throne. That way you can help sponsor a book. Again, a lot of these books actually end up getting used, for some of the stuff that we talk about. So,
during the first year of Jardine's tenure as a surgeon, the East India Company had found a dubious way to erase their trade deficit. It was, of course, opium. The product that grew...
Oh, look at that. The trade deficit, huh? We live in, the United States is a country that never shuts up about its trade deficit with China. You know what I mean? Like, Britain never shut up about its trade deficit in the 19th century. And now, in the 21st century, America, oh, we have a trade deficit, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you have a trade deficit, but you have a surplus in products. You have tea. Do you want tea? Like I have here, right? Which is Earl Grey, which is actually Persian, the type of tea that I drink. It's a Persian Earl Grey. Or do you want to, I don't know, get a whole bunch of people addicted to drugs and then worse, then try to moralize about drugs. I got hot dog buns for work, and I put a hard cheddar cheese with mustard on one side and mayo with pepper jack on the other side. Oh, that's almost like some kind of like Italian thing.
The British territory of Bengal was the highest quality in the world and incredibly addictive.
Wait. So that means okay. This is another thing too. So the British knew the different qualities of the drug. So this wasn't I did a capitalism, I did an imperialism, They knew what they were doing. It was all planned. Interesting.
It was this addiction that would generate Chinese demand for the product.
But I thought that supply and demand was something that happened naturally because of the free market. Did a capitalism, yeah.
Opium was illegal in China, and the East India Company did not want to jeopardize their foothold in Canton by engaging openly in forbidden trade. So, instead of importing the drug into China themselves, they produced it en masse in their factories in Bengal and sold it to private Indian agencies, who then passed the product to...
See? This is what I hate. This is seen now as good, right? Like this part of British history and your sandwich was profile. Well, no, it's just because you said pepperoni. Like for me, I like to put well, it depends, right? Like it depends, like spicy soppressata, right? Capiacola or gabagool as it's often called, yes, right? Like uncured a different type, like spicy salami, the kind that actually are like where the casing actually has chile in it, right? But like this right here, oh, well, we are not the people that addicted you to this drug. It's we just ran the factory that then sold it to the independent Indian trade company that then just happened to sell it to China. You know what I mean? Like when global southern countries, right, and even when other imperialist powers like China and Russia do this, right? They try to moralize the heck out of it. They try to make it seem like it's the worst thing to ever happen. Literally, the British economy could not have ever have sustained the second industrial revolution if it wasn't for this, right? So,
unscrupulous smugglers who would sneak it into China.
Mortadella.
This was a big...
We're gonna come over here and we're gonna stop putting gabagool and everything. We're gonna stop putting prosciutto, gabagool, and maybe a canoe here and there,
Deal. As formerly, the East India Company had held a government-mandated monopoly on all British trade going to China. By allowing private traders to do business for them, they put their own fate in jeopardy. The temptation to strike out as a legally mandated drug trafficker was all too tempting to many company employees who were willing to sacrifice moral integrity to get rich quick.
Oh, moral integrity didn't matter to them? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Capitalists don't care about moral integrity? I thought capitalism was moral integrity in and of itself.
In 1817, he left the East India Company. Entering into a business partnership with some old acquaintances, he managed to purchase his first ship, the Sarah. In 18...
Oh yeah, exactly.
Scotsman sailed for Bombay, where he was reunited with an old friend, Jamsetji Jejiboy, an Indian merchant of Zoroastrian Parsi extraction.
I always believe what I see and hear on the internet. Well, glad to have you here, Madden and Green. There are a lot of things that you can see and hear on the internet, Like the fact that, you could help me with my research if you help sponsor this book right here, for example. Or, whatever you want,
Jejiboy had been aboard the Brunswick with Jardine when it was boarded by the French back in 1805. Now he was the head of one of Bombay's largest opium agencies.
Yes, if you'd like to help me out, please go to my throne. So he goes to. So so there is a contention, right? What am I researching? I am researching well, for the use for that book is the usage of historically inquisitorial methods of like persecution, right, against people during the post-war South American dictatorships, right, and how they used like the similar language and the similar tactics like the Inquisition. Figurative inquisitions. Yeah. Yep. That's the one. So there's often this contention, right? Yes, it is true that that Bombay, right, that word, right, is apparently from the Portuguese saying Bombaia, right, which means good bay, right? It was a good bay to dock, right? However, it was changed to Mumbai, right, in the 21st century. And there is still a contention because in some languages, they still pronounce it Bombay, right, with the B instead of the M. So, you know, like I know they're calling it by the colonial name, which because of its colonial is the reason why many people have sought to, you know, rename it and not use the old name. But, you know, here we are.
And Jardine's main supplier of opium for many years to come. Jardine and his associates became one of the more well-known opium cliques in the East.
Literally no one expects, well, you know, it's actually kind of sad that, you know, that like people do make a lot of jokes about it. Again, I'm not upset if, you know, I get it. It's normalized in especially in the Anglosphere, in the English-speaking countries. But like the horror of it, right? The fact that I mean, anyway, I don't want to go too deep into it, but yeah.
East. With each successful smuggling run, more partners joined, bringing with them ships, men, and assets. But among all of them, only one, a fellow Scotsman, would truly be Jardine's equal. James Matheson was an aspiring businessman in the employ of a wealthy Portuguese merchant, to whom he was something of an adopted son. When the latter died,
Isn't that interesting that like, oh, this up and coming businessman just happened to, you know, have these connections that let him have all of these ships, and, you know, and that he inherited the ships, right? He didn't have to, you know, because of course here they're making it seem like they worked really hard for you know, their drug kingpin empire, but
Matheson inherited his ship.
But it was a genocide. Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is that, you know, like, I understand that there is the joke from Monty Python, but that also at the same time, it's like one of those things that, like, you know, in fact, I've even had people like legit just deny that anything really even happened, and I'm like, what are you talking about? You know, but,
and joined Jardine's growing fleet of smugglers. Matheson was every bit as cunning, ambitious, and wholly amoral as his new partner, and soon
See, look, why is it that when it's white people, right, they're amoral, right? So that means, like, having nothing to do with moral, right? Like they're above morality, right? Like, they're neither immoral, right, or moral, right? They're something beyond that, right? Something that isn't limited to that bifurcation. But when it's people from the global south, it can only be one way, right? They're immoral, right? Like the rhetoric is just like literally like, oh, they were wholly amoral. So you're saying that drugs in certain circumstances, depending on who is doing the drug dealing, right? Who has the monopoly on it, right? Oh, then they can be above morality, right? Or beyond it to where they cannot be judged, right? Much like the phrase beyond the pale, which I often pretended to care about. Well, I mean, I actually know someone who is is of Irish heritage, very, 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 very proud Irish, very much for the unification, right? Makes a lot of art, particularly for Bobby Sands and everything, when he was doing his hunger strike. And for him, he does not like the usage of beyond the pale, right? Because of that history. But of course, it's like, I understand, for some people, it is a term, right, that does refer to something negative about the Irish people, right? And in another way too, that language also was then used in the 19th century to say, like, beyond the pale, vis-a-vis the Pale of Settlement, where Jewish people were forced to live in the Russian Empire. So, it's one of those, like, interstices of oppression, right, that should allow us to have, solidarity with one another. Right, the fact that the idea that there's this line, this line that you can cross, and suddenly now you're in a land that is, beyond, rationality or Christianity or whatever, right? Or whiteness, right? Or whatever, is something that I think I wish was researched more and was, again, used as a way to rebuild a lot of the solidarity that Irish descended peoples and Irish people in Ireland, in United Ireland. The occupied 6 counties, I don't recognize them as being part of the United Kingdom. They are not. They are rightfully part of Ireland. So that's just my own, take on that. But like that is something that I think should be used to build solidarity. But that's just me. Yeah, Bobby Sands. It's again. Maybe one of these days, if I can get an interview in, I would love to bring him on because he's a really, really great guy. Amoral is immoral and amoral were the same thing? No. Like, amoral means, right, that it cannot even be judged by way of the typical, by morality, right? It is something outside of morality, right? That, like, oh, they did it for something that was separate from good or bad, right? That's essentially what they're trying to say. In fact, an ex of mine tried to essentially, like, again, they did happen to be white, but that's kind of besides the point. But one of the things too is, like, they saw amorality as, like, an important thing in leftist thought, to the point where it's like soon that's all that became important in their research and all that became important in their own personal life. And it got to the point where I'm like, I don't, like, it's easy to be amoral when you live in Europe, right? Or when you lived in Europe your whole life, and I mean, I don't want to get too in detail, but yeah. Yeah, neutral isn't white. Well, yeah. Okay, have a good shower. I personally really like taking showers because it's for me anyway. It's always been like a nice way to, like, calm down, right? Stuff like that. I like swimming too. But it's just like, again, I live in LA, right? And I don't live, it's not like you can swim in the LA River. You know what I mean? A lot of these phrases were intentionally spoken to existence to divide the people. Oh, for sure. for sure.
The two Scotsmen became the most dynamic duo on the South China Sea. In 1832, they restructured their business and co-founded the company known as Jardine Matheson's & Co. A year later, the British Parliament finally revoked the East India Company's trade monopoly, allowing Jardine and Matheson to fill the power vacuum.
So, again, 1833, remember this. That is when the monopoly that the British East India Company had on trade with China ended. Right? And so that's what allowed for Jardine Matheson, the company, right, to fill the vacuum. This is something that the government does even to this day, right? Like, in fact, in that article that I was talking about, the one that talks about Brazil and the new right, and how the new right involves the neoliberal and the neoconservative come together, right, is that the neoliberal view is that the market is not natural, right? The classical liberal view is that markets are natural, right? That they, and that they will always arise and they will always exist as such, right? However, the neoliberal view is that the state has to, right, make it so that way the market functions as they, need it to be, right? That is the reason why all of this talk about a free market is complete bullshit, because the idea that there could be a free market somewhere doesn't make any sense, because who set up the market? Who is allowed to sell at the market, right? Like all of these questions, right, that people avoid, right, especially when they're right wing. They say, oh, well, whoever produces this thing. Well, who has the ability to produce these things, right? Whoever owns the means of production, blah blah blah, right? The whole post-shower ritual. Yeah, no, I get that. I totally get that.
Smuggling illegal drugs onto the coast of a highly isolationist nation was a dangerous affair, and required intelligence, skill, and a great deal of luck.
See, it's crazy how, when it's the British doing it, right? When it's these two white guys doing it, it's like, yes, they were so intelligent, skillful, and lucky, right? Because they were smuggling. Heaven forbid, though, if the way how Customs and Border Patrol, CBP, the Border Patrol, INS, all of the different, border agencies, right? The way how they treat people, if they even happen to bring something with them, right? Even if it's something that's not even illegal, right? They still want to charge them with trafficking, right? And it's like, here you have this, right? And literally because they were big mad that the country that did not want to do business with them, except through the one way that they said, okay, here is the market. You want a free market? Okay, well, here is the market for you. That they did not allow them to do whatever they wanted, right? So,
for Jardine Matheson's, the process usually began in India, where the Scotsmen acquired massive amounts of opium from their Parsi suppliers. The product was transported back to China.
By the way, Parsi, what that means is that those are groups of... So Parsi, right, is related to the word Farsi, right, as we know, which is a way of saying Persian, right? Because the word Persian comes from the Greek transliteration, right, of the place of the area known as Parsis, right, which is in south central Iran, right? That was the place where the Greeks first encountered the Persians, and because that area was called Parsis, and they heard it as Persis, or they translated it as Persis, that's why we get Perseus and blah blah blah, right? So Parsi are people, particularly if they kept to the Zoroastrian religion, right, who migrated and live in India, right? That's why If you go to places like Mumbai or places like New Delhi and but particularly in Mumbai, there's a very large Parsi community, and it was a very important merchant community. In fact, like it and its communities that it had all over the subcontinent, kind of created a lot of the trade networks that the Portuguese, the French, and the British then had to, obviously do business with them. Yes, learning history growing up, I was under the impression our systems were based on merit. What do you mean, bad lefty?
China aboard clippers. These cutting-edge modern sailing ships were capable of outpacing even steam-powered vessels. The Chinese demand for opium meant that there were always native buyers, and prominent smuggling hubs soon developed in the ports of Whampoa, Macau, and Linton. To get around Chinese laws, British drug lords anchored large cargo ships offshore, which served as floating depots where they stored the opium. This allowed them to technically argue that they weren't selling opium on Chinese soil.
Bro, see? You see this? This is literally debate bro level stuff. Oh, well, we're not selling it on Chinese soil because it's on a boat off the coast. It's offshore. It's offshore banking, of course. Well, we're not on Chinese soil. We just happen to be in the water, in the territorial waters. Well, I mean, that concept didn't really exist so much back then, but we just happen to be floating our ships right here. Come on.
Pretty much everyone saw this fast for what it was.
Exactly. I mean, this is literally all debate. This is why they're not actually real debates, right? Because it's what are you even talking about?
But centuries of isolation meant that the Qing government had no real navy to speak of, and was powerless to deal with the superior firepower of the British clippers. Additionally, the drug trade had corrupted every level of Chinese society, and there were more than enough officials willing to turn a blind eye in exchange for bribes. Ironically, the Cohong, which was specifically tasked to contain European influence, had become the key accomplice in the drug trade. From the floating depots, Chinese smugglers would buy opium in bulk in exchange for bullion of silver, then store the drug in speedy crafts known as fast crabs and scrambling dragons, and sail them up the shallow riverways of China, disseminating the addictive product throughout the nation. Meanwhile, the British traders would take their silver and use it to purchase precious tea from the Cohong in Canton, which they then shipped back home. Jardine never questioned the ethics of his business.
Of course he didn't question the ethics of his business. No capitalist does. Did he ever stop and think, I'm getting hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people addicted to opium, right? And it's so then that way, right, we can subvert, right, the economic choices that a country, right, that represents 65% of the world GDP, with all of these luxury goods, right, says that it doesn't want to open up all of its ports to us, and it doesn't have to, right? Why is it that now, the United States being isolationist, or Britain being isolationist, that is now exalted as this very, good, blah, 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 freedom, blah, blah, blah. It's and yet when China said, we will trade with you, but you have to pay us in silver, and you have to do this, right? Setting the terms for their mutual agreement, right? That it then reverts to, how do we subvert this? How do we make it so that way we can get ahead, right? So of course he doesn't have to worry about the ethics of anything, because he's just getting all of this money. Now the British East India Company no longer has a monopoly, so now his private corporation gets to have that.
Before long, the illegal smuggling of him and his competitors had created a nationwide health epidemic. The productivity of Chinese society tanked, as everyone from the lowest of peasants to the emperor's own palace guards could be found wasting away in hidden drug dens. The addiction was so dire that poor villages that had no rice to feed their people still ran opium stores to feed their morbid addiction.
Listen to the language here, right? Their morbid addiction. Bro, you're literally here saying that Jardine, right, didn't give a single care in the world about the people whose lives he was ruining, just so that way he could buy tea, right? And you're over here moralizing with the language of addiction, right? This is where so much of it comes from, right? When people talk about addiction, when it comes to BIPOC, it's always the language is always in the most negative light, right? Because of course now we have the neoliberal view of like individual responsibility, right? So it's even though, anyway, I don't want to get too, but right, that it's a personal moral failure, right? Here you see this also, like people looking in the past, right, and saying like, oh, they had this morbid addiction, that there was no rice to feed them, but they still had these stores to feed their morbid addiction. That's how capitalism will work if you do something with, I don't know, addictive drugs, right? Like, this is why we shouldn't look negatively on the people that it affected, right? It's just about to say as a moral failure. Yeah, exactly. Just like obesity or being overweight is seen as a moral failure. Exactly.
Between 1834 to 1841, Jardine Matheson's fleet grew into 19 great clippers and hundreds of smaller lurcher boats, more than any other private trading company in China.
Like, look at that. By way of this, right? By way of making people addicted to a substance that they knew was addictive, right? This isn't we decided to sell them poppies and they just happened to have right? No. They did it with the intention of getting as many people addicted, so then that way they could create a commodity that then they could exchange for silver, right? So then that way they could buy tea, right? So at the end of the day, they are the ones making all of the money, right? Obviously. And that's what allows them to grow this huge fleet, right? That's what allows them to also have connections all within, right, the governing structure of China, because now they have control over, right, economic lifelines of, they do this with recycling as well. Right. Exactly. It's kind of like for like recycling, like so much of it is also like, it isn't even done in this country, right? Like so much recycling isn't even done in this country. Right? Like they will literally send it off to, a long time ago, they would send it to Haiti actually. But now a lot of it is sent to Guatemala, and like you have people living, right, amongst, anyway, I don't want to, go too far off, but
the pair had become impossibly wealthy, but now they were at the top. The challenge was to stay there, and Jardine was careful to cultivate an aura
they were both tops. What a sad story.
of authority around himself so that none would challenge him. He operated his drug empire out of an office in Canton, known as the Creek Hong. In it there was only one chair, his own. Visitors were not allowed to sit in the presence of Jardine, stressing the importance of his time. One anecdote tells a story that once while Jardine was on...
See, I like these stories. It's like these stories, right? It's like, because he's a capitalist, right? Because he's wealthy and everything. Indonesia. Oh, yes. In fact, that was actually a documentary I wanted to go over before. The issue is I'm not sure if DW, Deutsche Welle, allows for, like, if I'm commentating on their documentaries, to watch it, because I did want to watch the one on what they call the most polluted river in the world. Although I don't like to, I don't like that because, again, even saying that, even if it is technically true, that is a way to other, right, the people of, as if somehow it is their fault that Western fast fashion companies have made the Citerne, I believe that's what it's called, river become flooded with all of these chemicals, right? I mean, and I know this because again, even living in Tijuana, they once tried to find these companies because they would take their industrial trash and just dump it in Tijuana in one of the canyons, because Tijuana is very mountainous, right? There's lots of, and they would be like, oh well, it's nobody cares, because nobody cares if you dump it next to my house, right? To my house, right? Because nobody cares about, you know what I mean? So yeah, like and yet then they blame Tijuana, like, oh, it's their fault that they have all of this, whatever, Don't forget to boop the booper. That's right. They're the biggest victims in this. Yeah, capitalists, they are the most oppressed class to have ever existed in the world. But like this right here, right? Like, oh, he got to sit in a chair and it was the only chair, right? It's like they love to do these like hagiographies of capitalists, right? Where they paint them out as like eccentric, right? Like if they're wealthy, they're eccentric, right? And that's kind of like good, right? Same thing with like Elon Musk, right? Like, oh, all of his little side projects, right? Like the SpaceX and all this other stuff, right? Neuralink, right? That's all. Oh, it's quirky. It's he's eccentric, right? He wants to do all these things, right? The fact that he actually brought in a sink, right? Oh, that's so eccentric. If it's a BIPOC person or a poor person, right, in general, right, regardless of anything else, right? Oh, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like if someone were to ever do that, if I were to ever do that, they'd be like, what the hell are you doing? Italy too, their waste. Well, in Naples it does, right? The Ndrangheta runs and that's why Naples for so many years did not have trash collection, because the municipal government, was running this whole campaign of, oh, we're not gonna, work with the, so yeah.
On a business trip at the gates of Canton, a local Chinese, contemptuous of the foreign devils, struck him hard over the head with a piece of timber.
Wait a second, look at this. Look at how they described this person. Let's go back. Just hear how he describes this person.
Anecdote tells a story that once, while Jardine was on a business trip at the gates of Canton, a local Chinese, contemptuous of the foreign devils.
What? Like, imagine someone saying, like, a local British. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, it only makes sense if you're using it in the racist way in which it's used and has been used historically. Oh, yes, of course. I posted a pic of my ramen broth under self-promotion. Hey, that's totally fine. I actually think we do have a food channel, but... Hello, Princess Monoki. Welcome in. It's so good to see you. Okay. And then this, contemptuous of the foreign devils. I don't want to sound crazy, but I think they might have had a point. I think they might have, like contemptuous, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe this title, they kind of earned it. I don't know. Call me crazy, but I think they kind of earned that. Add some salsa to ramen. So there's this place by... Okay. Okay, there we go. Now you have... I mean, like, they literally caused a health epidemic in all of the Qing Empire. Like, think about how large we're talking about here. Like, again, like, let's turn to the map over here. Oh, wait, it's over here. Like, all of this area was having a health epidemic because of this place right here. Had to have their morning tea. Like, think about that. Like, that's just ridiculous. Hey, well, you can be both True. But, you know, some people will be like, oh, you know, it's wrong of them to be called that. I don't know. I feel like Jardine kind of earned it.
Struck him hard over the head with a piece of timber. Jardine did not even flinch at the blow and continued on his way as if nothing had happened. For this incident, he was nicknamed by the locals as the Iron-Headed Old Rat. At this
Oh my gosh. The Iron-Headed Old Rat. But it is, like, one thing is that it's interesting. One thing that's interesting is the fact that, like, the you know, in European languages, right, like the image of like, this is not, it's not meant to be like a positive thing, right? But at the same time, it is like now his nickname, right? Like, oh, now this is what they're gonna call him, right? The U.S. has an epidemic, so billionaires could have more money, even though they'll never be able to spend their money on life. Literally, like, so it's funny. The most recent interview by of Norman Finkelstein, right? Where oddly enough he said what I think was kind of, you know, weird. I don't like when people talk like this, right? He's like, you know, I think this is going to be my last interview, you know, of my life, right? You know, kind of that way. And I'm like, you know, don't say stuff like that, Norm. You know, like, one, chas v'shalom, right? Two, it just doesn't, you know, like, it's not good to say stuff like that, right? You know? Because then people will use it as a way to impeach your credentials, right? But in there, he was saying, you know, that most people, you know, if they could have, you know, just enough money to, you know, survive and do a few of the things that they wanted, you know, and to have a place where they know, you know, that you know, where they could call home, where, you know, they knew that they would have a job, where they knew, you know, like, if people could have their basic needs, their human needs met, right? That there wouldn't be a need for such high accumulation of capital. That we could redistribute what's already existing, and everybody would get to live an existence that would, you know, that would content people, right? That like this belief that, oh, you know, you have to have 100 Maseratis or Bugattis, as some people like to say, right, is not really true, right? Like, oh, if you happen to live in a town where it's walkable and you can, you know, see people of different, you know, different walks of life, and have your friends, have your third spaces, right, that are not home nor work, right? Like, you know, and have those basic needs met, that most people would be far more happier than this idea that, like, because capitalism, again, and this is something that I don't know. I always feel, to me, it's important to point this out. Capitalism, right, is a utopianist ideology because it tries to tell you that anybody and that everybody at the same time somehow could become a great capitalist, when that's literally impossible. Like, we know that's impossible, but it still tells people, even you could become the next great capitalist, right? And it is utopian in that sense, that it thinks that just through markets, just through just through commodity exchange, right? That just that alone will suffice for people, and that's not true. You know. I hate that when journalists in Gaza say that they might be right. Yeah, I mean, Buga, yeah. Oh yeah, I know. I have all my Sanrio stuff, and on Twitch I have my I have Sanrio emotes. Which again, if we can get my YouTube channel to 500, I think it's 500, and with the watch hours and everything, then I can put emotes also in here, or Oh, thank you so much, Afroponics. Yes. Thank you. It's Wolf hinges on destitution. Well, yeah. I mean, it's one of those things that, people sometimes, if you really think about it, if you have generalized competition, which is something Milton Friedman wrote and theorized about, and who is kind of like the person that, his Chicago boys, right, are the people that made Chile, as we know it now, right? Like, even Hayek as well. Like Hayek doesn't want democracy. Hayek, if you read Hayek, I'm not even joking. In the road, I think it's on the Road to Serfdom. I could be wrong, but it might be that one. I think it's that one. He does talk about what his ideal government is, and it's of land owning, right? Outright. It's not like you're mortgaging it, right? Land owning, essentially capitalists, like petit bourgeois men that elect a government for 20 years, and that they are the only people that get to have power. Everybody else, nothing. Chicago boys ruin South America. Yeah, I mean, hey, Mexico too, right? Central America as well. Like Mexico is either the first or one of the first countries to ever have to deal with the IMF when it changed its charter, right? Because right now that people keep talking about, the organization in Gaza that they like to attribute everything to. Oh, the Hamas water, the Hamas hamburger. It's like everything. It's like, okay, we get it. Okay, it's the Hamas hamburger hut. Okay, we get it. Okay, we get it. It doesn't, whatever. Mexico has had to deal with that, and to the point where, I knew people, even people that I'm, closely, even family, that they lost all of their money when they had to devalue their currency and had to get rid of all the restrictions, all of the fiscal policy and currency controls, etc., all the stuff that they had, right, when they devalued the peso, and they lost essentially everything, right? Only capitalists, right, only rich people got to keep their money. Which is why, like, a lot of people in Mexico try to open up bank accounts in dollars, which you can get. And I know, like, in Argentina, that's very, very, very common. But yeah. Regulations. Cacao. Yes, my schedule right now, I was going to post it to the Discord. It's going to be Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 1 p.m. Pacific time to 4 p.m. Pacific time. At least generally those times.
Point. Every other trader in Canton referred to Jardine as the Taipan, a Chinese term roughly translating to supreme leader or the big shot. By 1838, the number of...
Yeah, literally, In Cantonese, it's Tai, but like in Mandarin, it's da, right, which means big. Same thing. I know in Argentina, a lot of higher paying jobs pay wages in US dollars. Yeah, and same thing is true in Mexico. Like, there are people that work for certain universities, for example, where like they demand that they get paid in dollars, right? Like, well, they don't demand, I guess. I mean, I guess in a sense they do, but in another sense, it's more like they have that as a condition of their contract, right? Like, oh, if I'm going to teach, I don't want it to be paid in pesos. I want it to be paid in dollars, right? That's not bad at Eastern time, except most people here are sleeping. Wait, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m.? That would be 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Chinese addicts was estimated to be anywhere from 4 to 12 million, largely a legacy.
Look at that. 4 to 12 million people addicted. But of course, we have to see them as, the great liberators of capitalism, right?
Of his influence. It seemed as if there was no one in China capable of stopping the illegal drug empire. That is, until the arrival of Lin Zexu. Lin Zexu was a special imperial commissioner acting on behalf of the Daoguang emperor, who had ordered him.
So this character here, Lin, right? It's the characters for tree, and it can mean, if it had a tree on top of here, it would mean forest. But usually this is a surname, but this is actually one of the most common surnames in China, Lin. But it's just referring to like trees, right? And those rich people to get US dollars are the only ones not affected by what Milei is doing right now. Oh yeah, next stream, we're gonna go over some. I wanted to wait until more news came out with the whole stuff that's happening with Milei, because it seems to me that one, Milei is just going full authoritarian, which but the fact that he has a portrait of Margaret Thatcher in his room, that's just weird. And look, I get it. He's not married, right? Because he's too busy, having tantric three-ways, whatever. Fine, good for him, I guess. But when I first heard that, that the person he chose as his first lady was his sister, I was a little concerned for a second. I got to admit.
To put an end to China's opium crisis by any means necessary. An incredibly well-respected figure, he was known to his people as Blue Sky, who considered him as pure and incorruptible as the heavens. One of Lin's first tactics was to appeal directly to the top. In 1838, he wrote an imploring letter to Queen Victoria, appealing to her sense of morality by highlighting the damage her citizens had done to China.
See, isn't that so interesting? Isn't that so interesting? That he's you know what? Instead of trying to appeal to these capitalists, right, to these merchants, right, to these people here that are making it so horrific for up to 12 million Chinese people, I'm going to address the Empress, right? Because remember, at this time, it's around this time that once India becomes completely consolidated, yeah, very Deliverance for sure, right? It's around this time that Benjamin Disraeli, this is a little bit later, that Benjamin Disraeli gets to, I think it was Benjamin Disraeli, well, yeah, as prime minister, who was the first prime minister of Jewish heritage in English history, in British history. But he was, there's so many horrible stories about what happened to him. Once he was campaigning, and there were some people that they came with a stick, right? And that they had bacon on the end of the stick, right? Because typically religious Jewish people don't eat pork, right? It's one of those things. And they kept singling him out for being Jewish, right? And they would call him the Jew, right? which again, when you say it like that, then it's like, it's one of those ways how like a demonym, which just means the name for a people, right? Demos meaning people, nym meaning name, right? Can be used itself as a slur or as something offensive, right? Like here in America, the word, like the demonym Mexican, can be completely, denotative, right? It refers to people who are nationals of the country known as Mexico, blah blah blah, right? But it's the connotative aspect, right? That when they say, "Oh, well, you're just a Mexican," right? Stuff like that. Then it changes, right? But people like to say, "Oh, well, it just refers to a nationality." But obviously, the language is different, right? So with Disraeli, even though he grew up in the Anglican Church, right? He was very, like, his Jewishness was always, And the last, Captain NCAP. So far as I know, the last. I don't think Britain's had any other. And again, he was Christian, right? Like he was raised Christian, because his father had a dispute with the rabbis at the synagogue he was at. His father was a novelist, and so was Benjamin Disraeli, right? Aaron Disraeli, his father, was a novelist, very well known, well respected, and Benjamin became one too. His first book, Vivian Grey, however, belonged to this like subgenre of book called silver fork fiction, right? Which is essentially like he wrote it as though he were some like insider, right, with high society, but it came off as like, this dude's never, like, he's not part of the, like, he's never been to one of our parties, right? Like he's never been to the royal raves, so to speak, right? Like out in the desert, anyway, but later on he wrote other novels that actually, he kept writing novels for the rest of his life. The one that I always recommend people read, well, the Young England series, or is it the Young Britain? I think it's Young England. Like that trilogy, right? But I especially like Sybil. Like Sybil, A Tale of Two Nations, right? It's where it's where you see someone who's a conservative, right? He essentially gave rise to the modern conservative movement as we know it now, right? His enemy, William Gladstone, right, was from the Liberal Party, created the kind of like liberalism, but not like American small L liberalism, right? That's separate, but like what that is, right? Like the pro capitalism, right? Pro free market, pro etc. Whereas with Disraeli, it was more protectionist, more, etc., etc. So, but that one, Sybil, describes, right, the fact that there were, as it were, two nations, right, in England. And that is, right, the impoverished people, right, and then this, the aristocratic, right, capitalist class, and how they are less and less part of, right, like people like to appeal to nationalism, right, for Britain or for England in particular, but it actually falls flat on both sides, right? I think that's really interesting. Bacon is the main reason I can't do. Well, I mean, like again, I don't think that customs and certain aspects about foods that you can and cannot eat. Oh my goodness. Welcome in. Thank you so much, Talorx. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Wow. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, streamer. I hope you're doing well, Talorks. It's so good to see you. So good to see you. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Just yesterday, I actually had a premiere on YouTube that was our discussion about theology. We were talking about Josh Christ. Hello, Mix Crinkle. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yes, on YouTube. Here, let's see. I'll put in this. So everyone, hello. I am Shakespeare. I'm a cultural historian focusing in on Jewish history, Latin American history in particular. I stream and I talk about history, as we're talking about right now. Sometimes I'll also talk about like Jewish theology, etc., because, I'm also a rabbi, technically, so, there's that too. But if you would like to, please make sure to follow. And also, please make sure to refresh so that you're counted as a viewer. Right now, we're talking about the second Opium Wars, right? And how before there was the war for drugs instead of the war, against drugs. So let's see here. If everyone would please do me the great favor of following my friend, Lord and Savior, Talorks Live, I would really, really much appreciate that. He is a wonderful person, very funny, one of the best senses of humor, for sure. And again, I mean, I like it. I have to like remember when you were doing the tier list for like which animals would be in hell or in heaven. I don't know why, but that's like one of those things where I'm just like, that's like iconic Talorks content. You know what I mean? Very iconic.
The commissioner hoped that his words would move the young monarch into putting a stop to the opium trade, but she never received the letter. Getting no response, Lin decided it was time to lay down an iron fist. Within only a few months, he had arrested 1,700 Chinese opium dealers and confiscated 70,000 opium pipes. Terrified of the imperial commissioner, the Hong merchants pleaded with the British traders in Canton to give up their product, which they refused to do so. Lin responded to this by effectively laying siege to the foreign quarter of Canton.
Like, look at that. Literally, we're going to lay siege to the foreign quarter of Canton, right? Let's look at the colonial powers that had their little stations there. We have the Swedish. Remember that the Nordic model, right, requires the imperialism and the horrors of imperialism in the third world. So then that way, they can, have everybody drive, Audis and, wear sweaters all year long. Buy me drugs or else. Yes, pretty much. Yes, Josh Christ. Because, in fact, Talorks, when we spoke about it, is that I brought up the fact that Yeshua, right, is sort of like the nickname for Jesus's actual name, which is Yehoshua, which is Joshua. So when people say Yeshua, thinking that's his whole name, it's actually Josh. Like it's like that would be the equivalent. So it's Josh Christ. So yeah. So we have the sweet. Yeah, I love Josh Christ. Right. And yes, if you'd like to support me, my puppies, and my research, you can always go to my link tree. You could also always subscribe to this channel, or you could always help sponsor a book like the one over here. But yeah, Josh Christ. The British, which, I mean, of course, they're going to be there. The Spanish, yeah. As much as they like to complain, that, like, I remember reading this one article that was obviously written by, like, a right-wing historian, right? And it essentially said that the problem with Spain in the 19th century after the loss of its empire in the Americas was that the person it sent to the Berlin Conference, where they, carved up Africa between the different empires of the world, well, of Europe, I should say, right? was that the person they sent was not a good he was not good at finessing, right? He was not good at, like, he was kind of like, well, wherever we have Spanish troops stationed at, we'll take, northern Morocco, which has a historical link to Spain. We'll take Western Sahara, and we'll take Rio Muni, which is now Equatorial Guinea, which is the only fully recognized country in Africa that speaks Spanish as its official language. And it was a colony until 1975 of Spain. So, for quite a while. But essentially they were upset that they didn't have someone that was willing to, like, haggle more with the other European powers, right, to get more land. You have puppies? Yes, I have 3 puppies. I have 3 puppies. Lefty is right. Praise Josh and Josh's name, Josh H. Christ, Drake and Josh. Yeah, Drake and Joshua. The Netherlands, which, I mean, they already had this in Tsujima, I believe that's what it was called. In Nagasaki. And then the Danish, again. The only reason why Denmark, and remember, Denmark had colonies in the Americas until the First World War, when America bought them. So, yeah, I have 3 little puppies, and, I have to take care of them, and that's why sometimes, like, when I have to end stream, I'll be like, oh, I'm hungry, but I also have to go feed my puppies, or, stuff like that.
Surrounding it with troops and isolating it from the outside world. He went so far as to cut off their food and water supply, and have his men endlessly bang huge gongs so as to keep the merchants deprived of sleep. Present at this showdown was Matheson, who insisted that his fellow drug lords should refuse to capitulate, convinced that Lin was bluffing. Fortunately, a new arrival would calm the rising tensions. The British Chief Superintendent of Trade, Charles Elliot, regarded the opium trade with disdain, and wished to prevent all-out war from brewing over the drug. To that end, he confiscated all the opium in Canton from the British.
Where? Oh, well, I usually don't let them in this space when I'm streaming because, like, either because I like to make sure that they have, access to water or have access to, their food, but also just to make sure that, like, if they start to, like, where? Oh, the U.S. Virgin Islands, those used to be Danish colonies. Like, that's the reason why one of them is called, like, Amelie, right? Is because it's Danish. Yeah.
Traders, while promising the merchants that they would be compensated for their loss. The opium was then turned over to Lin Zexu, who had it all destroyed in bonfires. For their compliance, the Honorable Mandarin supplied 250 cattle to the starving merchants. Elliot and Lin...
See, like, this is an interesting thing where, like, Mandarin, right, then has also historically meant, right, kind of like a position, right, vis-a-vis the government, right? Like, there are mandarins, right? And so for many people, like, Mandarin Chinese, right, was often seen as, like, the Chinese of the court, right, whether in Nanjing or Beijing, right, and particularly Beijing. And so, like, so that's why you have the book by Simone de Beauvoir, right, called Les Mandarins, right? Like, it's this idea of kind of like civil service, right, like class almost. Sorry to keep... No, don't worry about that. People like their opium. I mean, look, 12 million people, right? They were like, with what happened, they got to 12 million people. Some of those people were children, right? Some of those people were also people that were suffering from extreme pain, and, through the smoking of the product, were able to alleviate some of that pain, right? Like, this is why it's kind of like they did it for capitalist purposes, right? But we know now, right, when, and that's why Big Pharma, like, during the the U.S. occupation of Afghanistan, right? That's why you see all those pictures of, U.S. Marines, guarding poppy fields, right? Because they need that to make the opiates that help people deal with pain, right? Up the Bolivarians, yes. And the Danish were virgins. Well, it's funny because there's this story, right? Yeah, again, the British used opium as in the drug form, so to speak, if I could even call it that, right? As a way to get people addicted to it. Yes. And up to 12 million people suffered from the effects of it. But for some people, it's kind of like, it also, because the medicinal uses for it, however, were then highlighted after the fact, right? Unfortunately, though, I cannot say that it was necessary, and I don't believe it was necessary for the Opium Wars and the forceful, addicting of, masses of people in China to happen for that. But there already were people in India and even in border lands of the area in Bengal, right, that knew that, and even up in Peshawar, right, going up into Afghanistan, right, where again you also see poppy fields, where they already understood, right, that if you mashed it up and used it in a certain way, it could be used to relieve pain. And remember, this is a time when anesthesia is not really a thing. It's not a thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, just like opioids and yeah. Right, exactly. But like what happened with Oxycontin, right? They overprescribed, got all these people addicted, and then and now morally hold, especially BIPOC, right? Hold them morally, in contempt for something that they literally had no control over, right? They were prescribed something because, capitalists wanted to make billions, right? And then the withdrawals of all, yeah, exactly. Yeah, right, exactly. Why, this is why, the areas that were the most heavily prescribed of Oxycontin, right, also have become some of the places almost overnight, so to speak, that also then became places where that, for, what you mentioned happened, right? Right, I mean, again, that's why I'm saying, here we see it being used as a tactic of economic, right, inter-imperial conflict, right? Because we know that now there are ways to help deal with the pain and if it wasn't for capitalism, right, we could have already synthesized something that does the same thing opiates do without all of the necessary withdrawals, etc., all those aspects. But it's too expensive, right, to do so for capitalist reasons. So, that's the problem.
Negotiations came very close to preventing a crisis, but the former hadn't the authority to promise that the British government...
I know, but capitalism, and it's sad because this is why, something I actually mentioned in Irene's server is, I'm upset at the current candidate for president of Mexico, who happens to be Jewish and Mexican, just like me. Not because she's Jewish or Mexican. Which actually, since we first started talking about anti-Semitism, the former president of Mexico legit, did the most vile anti-Semitic shit possible by literally calling her Bulgarian Jew, right? Because their family does come from Bulgaria. They were Sephardic Jews that's where they went to, after the expulsion, and then emigrated to Mexico. and essentially said that's why she cannot be president. And that is disgusting. And to me, that is unacceptable. Unacceptable. Right? But now back to Claudia's stuff, right? She's far from perfect, but she promised a hospital, right, that would be dealing with gender medicine, right? And when I say that, I mean like that it would, for example, hire, right, queer people to work at said hospital, to specialize in queer medicine. And that never happened. Now, yes, there is a clinic that is groundbreaking, and I will give the credit where that credit is due. Yes, Mexico City has a gender clinic that is unlike literally anywhere else in Latin America for the most part. And I might even go so far as to say possibly even in the United States. That again does all of the various treatments, and it's a public, therefore covered by the universal healthcare system that Mexico has, which again is not perfect because access is a huge problem in Mexico. But you know, I will give her credit that yes, we have a clinic, but we still need that hospital. Like, we still need gender medicine to become its own separate discipline, and with people, particularly queer people, particularly people that are trans, etc., to get to be doctors, right? No longer have to. Anyway, I'm gonna go off on a diatribe, but yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that. I mean, I remember when I was prescribed it, and I literally I just never really took it. I just didn't want to do it. Hungarian, yeah. Oh yeah. It's a scourge. Yeah. That feels like gaslighting too bad, Lefty. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a big issue. I mean, it's the reason why today there were people that, in my opinion, should still receive full compensation for what happened. And we have to destigmatize, you know, people who use what is available to them, right, by providing safe, you know, safe injection sites, right, et cetera, right, like make sure that they're getting, you know, sterilized syringes, etc. Like that is literally the basic, that is literally the lowest bar in my view. Like, just providing that is, you know, along with beginning the process of destigmatization is key.
Would compensate the traders for their now incinerated product, and back in England, Parliament refused to pony up, insisting instead that the Chinese government had to compensate the traders. After all, it had been them who torched the goods. Every opium runner in China had just lost incalculable amounts, and they weren't getting it back. They wanted compensation, and they wanted war. To accomplish this, they turned to the greatest among them, the Taipan, Jardine. Jardine was incensed at the destruction of his property. For several years, he had entertained the idea of provoking a war between Britain and China. Now, he considered it a necessity.
You know, like, this makes me think of Elon, right? Like, I mean, not in a positive way, right? Obviously. But, like, Elon, right? Like, he essentially... It depends on the doctor or the area. Some are definitely underprescribing, and women and people of color are the worst affected. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, and again, this comes from, you know, racialist views, right? That BIPOC people, and this is something that, like, I've heard in history classes being used as a kind of, like, this is why they brought over people from Africa to be slaves, right? Quote unquote, right? Was because, like, they were mosquito resistant and, you know, didn't get as many disease, right? Like, all of this bullshit, literally racist bullshit, but it shows that that's still being taught today, right? The justifications for slavery, right? Why they had to do it, right? When I shattered my ankle, they gave me so much pain meds, and I was already on top of the habit. Doctors are oblivious. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's. Oh, I mean, like I can tell you that like when a friend of mine, like now, I hear people all the time tell me like, oh, if someone like people that get COVID, right, and they get prescribed Paxlovid, right. When my friend, who again is also Mexican, when they went to their doctor, who was white, right, and even the nursing staff, they didn't prescribe her anything. They said just take some Tylenol and just like wait it out. And Paxlovid was already available. Like they could have given her Paxlovid, but they didn't. Right. They said, oh, just take some Tylenol, take some. So. No, exactly. But again, it's this like, well, we are not only going to charge you for coming to visit us, right? But also, no, yeah. I mean, again, the medical field is one of the most reactionary fields that exists. I mean, it is why they have historically been right wing, and they still are. That is why, again, having a gender hospital is also a teaching hospital for people that want to specialize in gender medicine and learn how to actually know what we're talking about is important to me personally, right? Like a clinic is good, but a hospital is still needed, right? Especially when there's only one, right? If there's only one clinic in the whole country that is public and, helps with various things, right? HRT, right? And everything else, I think a hospital would also help alleviate a lot of the pressures that has. But again, everything is predicated on, if we win, if we this, And yeah, Mexico is not a small country, right? I mean, it's almost 200 million people, so, private healthcare should not be a thing. Oh, well, trust me, I am fully of the opinion that all private healthcare should be expropriated, all of their capital, and be used to instead create a single healthcare system. Because right now in Mexico there are 3 state healthcare systems. There is the one that's for people that are not working, right? It's for like people. It's kind of like Social Security, kind of like Medicare. Then there's one that's for workers, right? And then there's another one that now is supposed to cover everybody else. But the reason why it's so weird, why we have those things, was because during the dictatorship and even during the 12 years that they're, well, I don't know. I almost want to count it as the dictatorship still, because they were a more right-wing party. They essentially their whole plan, right? Like right now it's Mexican election season, right? We vote the first week of June. Like our election season is very short. It starts in April, ends the first week of June, right? It's not 2 years long like in America. It's very short, right? Like you either know what this person's about or you don't, right? And if this person does not make or is not forthcoming, right, there's no reason to expand it out, right? The parties do their whole, primary stuff. Like that's something parties do, right? That, in fact, that is something more that in many ways is a model that actually, for some, I don't quite see it this way, but some people see it as resembling democratic centralism. Again, I don't agree, but where like they just vote on the one person that's going to represent them, and it's not the leader of the party, right? It's a separate person. and then they just put that person as their candidate, right? That's the party's job, not the country's job. So, but also in Mexico, we're not a duopoly, or at least, I mean, technically we, in a way, Mexico is, because now 3 parties that used to be technically against one another, right? PRI, PAN, PRD. Again, the party of the dictatorship, the party of the more conservative party, and then the less conservative party, they are all on one side, and then there's this like other side, so it kind of is a duopoly now, because it's Morena, Partido del Trabajo, Partido Verde Ecológico, right? So there's the Workers' Party, right? And then the Green Ecological Party, right? They're on one side, and then there's this other party, Movimiento Ciudadano, which again is the only party I've ever seen, or was the first time I'd ever seen a political party use inclusive language in Spanish. I know a lawyer who, I kid you not, made it a whole speech, right, in Mexico City, because at one point I lived really close to, there are a lot of courts in Mexico City, so this is not, I lived close to, sort of ish, to a courthouse. And this lawyer, I'm not even joking, like, made it this whole point to give this whole speech about why I am never going to use inclusive language because it's just just calm down. It's strange because I have such a backwards view on this issue. I'd be willing for it to be prescribed more if it involved going to an outpatient program for your pain relief system. I mean, again, like, there should be like that, like, if the United States especially spend so much on healthcare, you would think that different avenues of care would exist like that, right? For people that need to be, instead we have a system where you never get to know your doctor because they have to meet with, they essentially get 10 minutes with you, right? Take off your clothes, roll over, right? Okay, put your clothes back on. What's wrong? Okay, I'm going to prescribe you this. Okay, bye. Right? It's like, that's it. I can, lawsuit. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, like, I think it's wrong to say as a lawyer that you are against inclusive language, because now you're saying that people that, for example, like myself, since I use she, they pronouns, right? In Spanish, if I want to say ella, right, to refer to someone who is non-binary, that you're going to be like, get all mad,
In September of 1839, Jardine arrived in London, where he started lobbying with the Secretary of British Foreign Affairs, Henry John Temple, Viscount of Palmerston. The Scottish drug lord impressed upon Palmerston the necessity of war.
See, like, again, the Scottish drug lord. How wonderful. He gets to meet with Lord Palmerston. And he gets to, dictate national policy. Imagine, like, this does not happen in Mexico, and yet the United States tries to use the specter of the cartels, right, to say why they should invade Mexico, right? Like, it makes no sense.
He knew the coastlines of China better than any Briton, and in a missive known as the Jardine Paper, he laid out a detailed plan for victory. This included a detailed battle strategy and how many men and ships would be required to carry it out. Jardine wished to force the Daoguang Emperor to make 3 concessions. Firstly, the financial value of all the opium Lin Zexu had burned would be compensated in full.
See, this is something that is like every single time for Europeans, right? They always want to get stuff that even though the superintendent at the time in China, right, representing British trade interests, said that they would be willing to not start a war, right? And willing to give up the opium, right? And to restore, things back to sort of normal, right? They never got over that. They're like, no, we could have made more money, right? We could have made more people addicted to this stuff and made more money, more silver. So we need to be compensated for that. Even though it was our side, quote unquote, right? The British that said, oh yeah, we will give up the opium so that way we won't have a war, right? Pain clinics served the purpose they did, and we allowed, oh yeah, for sure. I mean, again, like, healthcare, like housing, should not be a commodity. Like, if it's something that humans need to exist as such, there shouldn't be price tags on it. You know what I mean? Like, for us to pay, right?
Secondly, the Canton system and the Kohong would be abolished, and 4 additional Chinese ports, Fuzhou, Ningbo, Shanghai, and Xiamen, would be open to British trade. Thirdly, and most importantly, an island off the coast of China had to be ceded to the British Crown, a permanent base where British companies could operate under British law, rather than suffer under stringent Chinese commissioners like Lin Zexu.
Imagine now, right? Let's say that it was true, right? That in the U.S., right, that the cartels could do this to the United States, and they were to ask for these demands, right? That, like, we demand that you open up the port of Long Beach, right? The port of Oakland, the port of Seattle, and the port of San Diego, right? These 4 ports, you have to open them to us, right? And we get to have an island off the coast, right? That we get to have forever, right? Imagine that. Like it's like one thing, the way how this show presents it is always like, oh, they were so smart, and China, like, why did they have to close themselves off? They could have avoided this. It's all the British people's fault. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro, but, like, they didn't need to do this at all, right? If China didn't want to do this, they should have just been like, okay, they don't want to do this. No, they had to force this, right? And again, they still do this, right? Like, right now, like, with the people that are fear-mongering about China, even now, right? It's like, oh, they want to do this XYZ thing. And it's like, China literally is like, just let us trade with you, right? Stop charging the tariffs, right? Because America doesn't want tariffs on its products, but it wants to be able to place tariffs on Chinese products. You know what I mean? So, blame the Brits. My late sister. Oh. Yeah, I mean, like, again, another thing too is, like, in the American healthcare system does not care about, like, preventative care, right? Palliative care, right? Like, there are so many things that should not be commodified. Like, I remember, like, when I was younger, or even just not even that long ago, like, at one point I lost my insurance because, since I was adjuncting, and because they technically paid me slightly above whatever, even though it wasn't year round. That was anyway, I'm not going to get into all that, right? They decided to cut me off of the health insurance for whatever reason. It was some mistake. Eventually, whatever, it got fixed, whatever. But at the time, I'm like, now I can't go to the doctor. Now I can't, now I can't go see my therapist, right? Now I can't go see this. Now I can't go see that. Suddenly that's all gone, because I can't pay out of pocket. Every single thing would cost, I mean, even if I were to do it on payment plans, I would be racking up thousands of, it's just unbelievable. The overcorrection of the opioid crisis affected her in many ways. Barriers are usually for poor and vulnerable. Yeah, exactly. Like again, this is why, like, when people do like boomer hate, I think the boomers that we see today are those boomers that got to survive to this point, right? So the vast majority of them are very privileged people. That is why they come off as super privileged. Because all of the BIPOC that were also baby boomers, but did not get all of the same benefits that white people did, right? Especially from the New Deal and the Great Society stuff and all of that, right? They didn't get to survive. And even if they did, they make up a tiny minority of people. Never forget that. Oh yeah, chronic illness. Like, when it happened that they finally got rid of the like pre-existing condition thing, I'm like, bruh, like, I was like, cause like literally they would literally try to include anything. You know what I mean?
Jardine had a few suggestions on where this new colony should be, but he had his heart set on one in particular, a barren little rock just off the Kowloon Peninsula in Guangzhou. Jardine, Mathesons and co. had used the island to smuggle opium in the past, and the Taipan knew that it had a naturally protected harbor.
Like, see, like look at this. Oh, yeah, this island here where I used to smuggle stuff illegally into your country. Yeah, I want you to give me that. And by the way, like, when this is something that I've heard quite a lot. Like, it's weird because there are people, like, remember when there were those protests in Hong Kong, right, against certain laws that were taking effect in, because I mean, I remember that there were people arguing that Britain did not have to cede or give or return, quote unquote, Hong Kong and Kowloon back to China. That the 99-year lease was for what is called the new territories. Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, that peninsula just on the other side, actually was given to the British in perpetuity, not for the 99-year lease. So that therefore, like, Britain could technically reclaim it now. And there were some people, right, that said that it should be, right, that it should be reclaimed, right, even though it would make absolutely no sense, right? Yes, and I give all of my heartfelt sympathies and empathy towards your sister, and, you know, for all of the struggles and pain that she had to deal with. I could not even imagine.
It was the perfect trading hub. Known to the fishermen who lived there as the Fragrant Harbour, this island was, of course, Hong Kong. Soon, Lord Palmerston caved under Jardine's pressure, and the British Empire finally declared war on China. It was a quick and one-sided affair. Chinese spears, bows, and matchlock muskets were no match for the cutting-edge British firepower.
Oh, of course, of course. We have to always be there for our friends and our family and our friends' families, because, you know, we all need each other's help. And we all need to be in solidarity with one another. You know, it's these type of like portrayals of the Opium Wars, right? Of like, yes, see, like one other sort of, yeah, solidarity. One of the other ways that sort of the colonialist imperialist project is sometimes whitewashed is by saying that, oh, well, look, it was one-sided because Britain was able to defeat China so quickly, right? It was able to defeat it because it was industrially superior, quote unquote, right? And it's like, it shouldn't have, like, that should not be the measure of whether or not what the British did was okay. The fact that they were, in a military conflict defeated the Qing Empire, right? Like, the Qing Empire should not have had to have fought the British Empire, right? Just because some of its capitalists, right, lobbied for them to declare war on China, so that way they could continue literally doing the war for drugs.
While the Imperial Qing armies were losing manpower, with many of its soldiers frail from opium, the very drug that had led them into the war in the first place. Relying largely upon the war plans drawn out by Jardine, the British had all but won the First Opium War by 1841. The iron-headed old rat had come out on top, and all of his war goals were achieved. Meanwhile, Lin Zexu was scapegoated for China's loss. Considered responsible for the Celestial Kingdom's great humiliation, he was exiled to remote Xinjiang. For Jardine, Hong Kong was the ultimate prize, a culmination of his many years of hard labor. Once it had been officially ceded to Britain, he and Matheson quickly set to work, turning the bleak rock into the great colonial entrepot of the East.
It's funny how they call it a bleak rock when there was already fishing villages there. Like, see, this is another thing of, like, colonial language, right? Like, oh, there was nothing there until Jardine Matheson were like, oh, hey, maybe we should, It
was not a smooth transition, as typhoons and fires sabotaged early construction, malaria ravaged its settlers, and seaborne piracy was...
Settlers, you say? Settlers in a British colony.
Rampant. Nevertheless, the Scottish partners pushed on, continuing to be major promoters of the struggling island. Matheson established their company's new head office on the island's east point in 1842, while warehouses, wharves and houses were built to accommodate the firm's business operations and employees. Hong Kong...
If in doubt, blame the Brits. Oh yeah, like Israel made the... Yeah, it's, like even that's completely just, like, like, the Zionists even, like, drained areas that, like, they call them swamps. They say that they were swamps, but actually were riparian areas, right, that actually had flora and fauna that were dependent upon, certain wetlands, etc. And they still try to pretend that, like, what they did was good because they irrigated it and, that they got rid of the swamps, right, and they, used it for their kibbutzes that kicked, the Palestinians off their land, like.
Quickly turned into a boom town, doubling in population from 7,000 to 15,000 within its first year. While it would be untrue to say that Jardine Matheson & Co. were the sole driving force behind Hong Kong's success, it is unlikely that the tiny colony would have become the booming city it is today without the investment of the Scottish drug lords.
Like just that, right? Like, oh, the Scottish drug lords. Oh, but they're so great, aren't they? Like, they got to, like, get the British Empire to go to war with China, so that way they could continue to be the Scottish drug lords. Oh yeah, I have a quote from earlier, a quotation from Robert Storrs, 1943. The first British... Yes, I was going to mention that earlier. Yes, that the governor of Jerusalem, that they wanted to build a little loyal Jewish Ulster in a sea of potentially hostile... Right, exactly. That is one of the ways Israel dehumanizes Palestinians too, talking about how underdeveloped and bleak it is, and how Israel would build it up like a utopia if they can have it. Right, I mean, and that is even in the Judenstaat, right? That's even in the founding documents, like the founding texts of Zionism, right? That, like, oh, the Palestinians will be glad to have us there because we're going to come with our superior technology. I mean, that's literally, like, it's literally like what they just said right now when it came to the Qing Empire. Like, oh, they came with their sophisticated weapons and, Yeah. Yeah, or in other places, again, buying up land, right? Again, Jewish land ownership in Palestine was 7% before partition, then they were going to have 55% of the land given to the Zionists and 45% given to the Palestinians. That's if they would have agreed to that plan. And I hate when people say, "Oh, that they accepted it." They did not accept it like the way how people think they do, like, "Oh, Israel was always going to uphold those boundaries." No. It began immediately, even prior, 1947, right, before the partition plan was even approved, to already depopulate Arab villages, right, like Palestinian villages. It already had done stuff like that. In fact, and this is an important part, it even destroyed an entire quarter, right? Like there used to be 5 quarters. I know quarters, right, means 4, but you know what I mean. There used to be 5 quarters in the old city of Jerusalem. After 1967, there are only 4. Why are there only 4? Because when they took it over, they destroyed the Moroccan quarter. They bulldozed it to make an open-air plaza. It's just horrific. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing like with Americans. It's like the people that are going and gentrifying, in many cases even trying to force people to sell their homes in Mexico City, right? You should be happy that we want to buy your homes. No. Or how we teach indigenous history like we did them a favor. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, because it's colonialist history. Israel is one of the only countries in the UN not to have fixed delineated borders. Well, yeah, because so to sort of like put it in context now, the fact that the United States keeps saying that it does not want the state of Palestine to be recognized as a state, right? Which, if that were like, if it logically wanted that to be true, then it should declassify Israel as a state, then, right? Because it keeps saying, "Oh, well, it needs to negotiate with," like it keeps putting it in this impossible position where the Palestinians have to have this like, angelic, group of people that represent only the best interests, right? Viewed from the Israelis, by the way. The Israelis have to say that they are coming in good faith and that they, and the Americans as well, right? That's how they want the problem to be solved, right? And it's like, that doesn't solve the problem. That just perpetuates it in a different way. Because what you're saying is, I literally never want this problem to end, because there will never be a group of Palestinians that will be literally all saints, right? In the eyes of the Israelis and the Americans. So America not allowing Palestine to be recognized as a state and having the 1967 borders be recognized as the official borders of Palestine, and all of the rights of a state, the right of return for all Palestinians, etc., 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 all of those things, the fact that it keeps deferring to this idea that, oh, it needs to happen in private consultation with the no. Then if that is the case, then it has to be the case for the Israelis too. They have to de-establish their state and create a completely saintly, angelic, according to the Palestinians, committee by which then they will then come to some agreement. Because it is not logical nor just to say one is a state party and one can never be a state party until again a committee of people that at any moment can be castigated or shunned or whatever, can be maligned in any way, have to be the ones willing to give up more than has already been given up, right? Where is there? Oh, yeah, Marwan Barghouti. Yeah, Israel makes it. Yeah, no, it is. It is no, it is trying to make it impossible. It does, right? Especially it. This was always its intention. Like this was always its intention, to have all of the land, right? So many people think that the state of Jordan, right, the kingdom of Jordan, that is where all of the Palestinians should have gone, right, and that they should have been given everything west of the Jordan River. Literally, ethnically cleanse historical Palestine to create an Arab kingdom for the Hashemite family, and then move everybody there. In fact, and this goes back to the War of Independence of the Israelis. The Jordanian army, I kid you not, actually never, which was the most trained, the most well trained of the armies that invaded, that fought against the Zionists, actually already had an agreement with the Israelis that they would not attack any outside of the land that was apportioned to an Arab state. That is why that land was immediately annexed into Jordan. Like, even the Jordanians in 1948 were already of the view that, like, oh, well, we can just take this land as well, right? And that's the reason why you don't see the Jordanians going further, even though they could have, because they already had the deal with the Israeli government to only go to the boundaries of where the Arab state would have been, right? So, and again, you can check this. It's right there in Rashid Khalili's book, The 100 Years War in Palestine. It's Ilan Pape's A History of Modern Palestine. Literally, the best trained of the Arab armies that fought in 1948 to 1949 literally said, we will not go past, like, essentially what the border of what the West Bank is before 1967 is. So,
at some point in 1840,
from the river is good when Likud says it. We'll see Likud is even stranger because their party comes from the ideology known as revisionist Zionism, which was started by Zev Jabotinsky, right? Zev Jabotinsky essentially believed that the current land that was apportioned for Palestine, right, that actually wasn't enough. That all of historical Palestine also included everything that was in the British mandate for Palestine, which included Transjordan, right? And of course, there's appeals to, like, the biblical fact that Manasseh had land on the other side of the Jordan, blah, 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 all those things, right? So, with that justification, Likud's charter literally believes that it should own the land on both sides of the Jordan River, right? That's the reason why, like, Likud being in power, particularly with Netanyahu for, 20 years or whatever, since 1996, I should say, right? It doesn't surprise me that they're doing what they're doing, because that was always their ideology is literally both sides of the Jordan should be ours. It's ridiculous. I literally fought with some otherwise very smart historian on that deal with Jordan and Israel. AKA, well, I mean, I don't want to say great, because like that phrase "greater Israel," right? Like, that is also part of this. Many people have used it as a conspiracy theory, right? To say that, oh, Israel actually does want to, like, own everything from the east bank of the Nile to the west bank of the Euphrates, right? Like, Jabotinsky's idea is just the former British mandate for Palestine should be you know, a portion for the Jewish people. But I mean, in fact, it's from him that that the phrase "the Iron Wall" comes from. I believe it's from the book "The War and the Jew," where he's talking about how, like, the settlers, right, like, for example, the people in the kibbutzim, right, that were right along the border of Gaza, right, that they were supposed to represent, right, these colonial outposts, right, that were then to wreak violence on Palestinians should they ever try to reclaim their land, right, but to also be there also as forward bases should Israel ever need to take more land, right? So
42, William Jardine became afflicted with cancer. He continued to run his trading empire through his sickness, but on February 27, 1843, the great Taipan passed away at the age of 59. The crown colony of Hong Kong continued to flourish, especially as a center for a newly resurgent opium trade, which the Chinese were now doubly helpless to stop. Following Jardine's death, the business was helmed at first by James Matheson and later by their descendants. As the fragrant harbour evolved from a colonial frontier into one of the world's most bustling trade cities, the descendants of William Jardine were always there at the center of it all.
And one thing that's important is, like, Hong Kong is where HSBC, which is something that you, Bad Lefty, have mentioned, right, is literally the bank that had the monopoly of access to the People's Republic of China, right? And it's literally a bank that has gotten away with things that, you know, other banks just could not, right? Because it just... I think Jesus used to say Habibi. Well, Habibi is from... Well, yes, he's from the Middle East, but Arabic is a Southern Semitic language. Jesus would have spoke Aramaic, which is a northern one. So anyway, so I don't want to get too into, like, linguistics, but because Arabic as a separate language does go back quite a long ways, but Arabic as the lingua franca in the Levant was not really. Maybe in Nabatea there would have been some, like, Arab speaking, like, essentially kind of like old Arabic, right, like an older form of Arabic speaking peoples, but it wouldn't have been people that, like, would have had... Oh, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to... Again, I don't want to go off into linguistics.
Each of them bearing the title of Taipan as their ancestor had. Today, Jardine Matheson Holdings Limited is Hong Kong's largest private employer, second only.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. It is now a company that is protected by all of the laws of the United States, of Britain, of Hong Kong. You can invest in this company. You can buy shares of this company. Jardine Matheson. It's a worldwide corporation. Like, it is literally the Hong Kong government employs more people because it has, like, the civil service, right? This is the second. HSBC is up there too. Oh, thank you so much. My dogs are golf. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hugs.
To the government. A worldwide corporation, it has subsidiaries in cars, insurance, real estate, hygiene products, and hotels, among others.
Hotels. Remember that. Remember that real estate, hygiene products, you know, all of that, right? Literally, you could have been built on the capital that was gained by addicting and creating an epidemic of about 12 million people in China. That's how this company is able to be the titan of industry that it is.
From these lofty peaks, we must not forget the humble origins and troubled history.
See? I knew they were going to do this. Oh, their humble origins. Bruh, they literally smuggled opium and caused a war. Oh, the humble origins
Of Jardine Matheson, which ultimately is the story of a peasant boy in the Scottish lowlands
who just happened to live down the hill from a castle, of course.
whose endless ambition saw him slowly become one of the most infamous drug lords of all time, and in doing so, forever changing the face of the Chinese.
What channel is this? The channel is called Kings and Generals. They do a lot of like history stuff, but they have many issues. But they are like, some of the stuff is okay, like if you don't really know too much, but the way how they talk about this is unbelievable to me. Right, they inherited ships. This dude literally was like, hey, I want the British Empire to go to war with China. Oh, you know, he was just a humble little man that happened to live by a castle. You know, they aren't bad if you understand the empire, the pro-empire by them. They aren't bad if you understand that they are pro-empire. Like, for example, like in their videos about Russia in the past, they saw like Russia's conquest of like the Caucasus as positive, right? Which it wasn't. All right, it was horrific, right? Including the genocide of the Circassians. But like when it comes to this, like the amount of whitewashing is just unbelievable, because he even calls him a drug lord. And I'm like, why? Okay, El Chapo, right, actually did grow, like actually was from an impoverished town, right? Literally a farm, right? That that had his mom and, you know, his siblings, and their only thing was family, right? And he went to become one of, you know, also this, but he's absolutely reviled, right? Absolutely reviled. Hello, Zedzier. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Chinese world. We always have more stories to tell.
Yeah, Escobar did a lot. I mean, again, we don't want to whitewash anybody, but to pretend that like these were the good drug lords and these are the bad drug lords. Notice how they happen to be racialized. Like if China had did this to Britain, it would be seen as a immoral horror, right? But because it's the British people doing it, right? It's amoral. It is not to be even analyzed through the lens of morality. Right? They were amoral. Good, that's good. I'm glad to hear that it's your day off.
So make sure you are subscribed to our channel and have pressed the bell button.
Okay. I think that we're good for now. We don't need to watch them shill their own stuff, I don't think. So, okay, let's see here. Ooh. Okay. Did I hear Escobar? That's my doppelganger. Well, we were just watching a video that was, that essentially was saying that that was like saying like, oh, you know, multinational corporation called Jardine Matheson, right, which is literally a company you can invest in if you would like, that essentially built its money off of the opium trade, right, and actually brought about the opium wars. Like literally, the owner, the CEO, did it, and so. They essentially try to like make him seem like, and his partner Matheson seem like, oh, they were these like peasant boys that just like, and so we were saying that like Pablo Escobar and El Chapo, like they helped their communities, right, but they are absolutely reviled, right? There was no way for them to be seen in any way that's positive, right? And so that's kind of what I was trying to sort of address, right? That like that to the point where they were even like saying we cannot judge them by morality, right? They were amoral, right? So they cannot be immoral or moral because they are beyond that, right? And yeah, it was just, which again, if we were to say the same thing about, right, the drug lords, and again, he kept the program kept calling them the Scottish drug lords, right? Like, oh, it's so cool, right? If one of the points I was trying to make was if the same logic was applied to the United States or to Britain, right? Had China done this to Britain itself, or if the cartels, right, in Latin America, or let's say even just Mexico, did it to the United States, which is a whole different conversation, but if they were to do what they did to the Qing Empire, right, that we would never hear the end of it, how it was the worst possible thing, how it was, blah, 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 right? Like, China said, we are willing to trade with you at this one port. You have to pay us in silver. That's what we want. And the British were like, no, right? And that's literally the essence of all of that. But that's cool to know that he's your doppelganger. I mean, if you have, it's funny because there was a conference that I was invited to. I think it's next year, and it's gonna be in Cartagena de Indias. But I just don't know if I can make it to Colombia. I mean, unfortunately, streaming is not necessarily, the most well paid of professions. But anyway, I'm getting hungry. And I know that I soon have to put my puppies, tuck them in to go to sleep. So if everyone could please get in the machine, we are going to raid Cam or Bakery Zeta. Thank you, everybody, for joining me today. I will see you all very, very soon. Thank you so much for joining me. See you all on Wednesday.